Okay, so if we just wait a couple minutes here, I'll let you know when you can start.
Morning, folks. 9:03, and we are going live, and this meeting will be recorded. We're just letting a few more folks trickle in, but from here, I think we can get the meeting officially started. So welcome to the State Trails Advisory Committee meeting for this meeting is now being recorded for September 27th, 2023. Today, our objectives are to review the application and scoring rubric for Trail Stewardship's 2024 grant cycle, and to review the application and scoring rubric for the Recreational Trails Program 2024 cycle. And prior to that, we're going to provide some program updates and look at the materials that were provided in the stack packet, and addressing any questions with that. So just before we get into introductions, to provide a meeting overview, we're going to go through introductions. We're going to provide a FWP programmatic update, where we'll address some of that material in the stack packet and answer any questions. We'll then go into a Trail Stewardship Program review, where we look at the award history for the first 3 cycles of the program, talk about any questions or observations stack members might have from the list of awards that was provided, and then seek some input from the stack on potential changes to Trail Stewardship for the 2024 cycle, just some additions and tweaks to the program that we are, as a program, still making a decision on, and would really value the input and insight of the stack in helping to make those decisions. We will then take a break, come back and address the application for the Trail Stewardship Program and the scoring review, and then break for lunch. Public comment will be held at 12:30 p.m. And following that, we will go into the RTP application and scoring review. So that's what today looks like. Meeting is scheduled from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And I think let's go into introductions. So I will start. I think today's goal is to just introduce yourself, let folks know where you're calling in from, and then to provide some exciting trail news from your community that has happened this year since we last met in March in Great Falls. So I'm Tom Lang, the Trail Stewardship Program Manager, and some exciting trail news is that we already have a 2023 project completed that we awarded back in March. So Fort Benton has already filed a full reimbursement, and that is an exciting development in the 2023 cycle for Trail Stewardship, that it was open and shut case, and the community is really excited about how that trail improvement project has benefited them already, and I think that's some exciting news. So I'll pass it over to Stephanie Clement to introduce herself here in the room.
Yeah, Stephanie Clement, RTP Manager. Exciting news, you really caught me off guard with that one.
Sorry.
I guess I'll just say that all of our 2023 projects are underway. I know progress has been made on some of them, and we're about to close out our 2021 year grants. So I'm just looking forward to closing the book on a number of projects and going out to see them next year. So that's what I got going on.
Hi, everybody. I'm Stephanie Brown, the Access and Landowner Relations Bureau Chief. And exciting trail news is just, I think that Tom and Stephanie been working their tails off to make sure that we have everything in order for this meeting and this upcoming cycle. So really excited about that.
Then, good morning, I'm Hope Stockwell. I have my camera on my computer, so I'll look at you here too. But I'm in the room with Tom and Stephanie here at the Annex, and I'm the administrator of the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division, in which the Trail Stewardship Grant Program is housed in our Access and Landowner Relations Bureau Chief. It's just been a fun year of seeing projects come alive. And I've particularly appreciated the outreach that Stephanie and Tom have been making with new organizations and communities just to help spread the word about our programs and get more diverse projects in the hopper. That Fort Benton one is a fine example of that. But just have really appreciated that outreach and effort that they've been making. They've got clear passion for this work, just like you do. So a great team here, and I'm excited to see where we go from here. Thanks.
So let's pass it to the folks on Zoom, and Christy, can we start with you?
Sure. Hi, I'm Christy Drake. I'm from Billings, and I'm the executive director of Billings TrailNet, and also on the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee here in Billings. And our most exciting trail news is that the Skyline Trail up along the rims is underway and should be hopefully completed by the end of the construction season here in 2023. But it may end up because they've got some pretty intense coulees that they have to traverse. But it's going to be and this is actually not an FWP funded project. It's a build grant project, but it's so huge because it's a $3 million trail, and we've been working so hard at it since like 2016. And I already saw people in walkers and little kids up there. They can't wait to access that trail on the rims. It's not even complete yet, and people are already like walking and wheelchairing and using that. I have just messaged our Parks Department director and asked him about the RTP and TSP projects, and I haven't heard back from him yet, but I think that those are going to go out for bid this fall and then start construction next year.
Great, thanks so much, Christy.
Yeah.
I'll pass it over to Bob Walker.
Well, good morning, everyone. I serve as chair of the Montana Trails Coalition, and I'm also on the board of American Trails. And what we've been up to here lately, we just had a board meeting yesterday, and I'm writing a document that will go on their webpage eventually about building of trails coalitions, important points and practices. We found out there's about 8 statewide coalitions around the United States, and I've communicated with about 4 of them, replied to my questionnaire, and we're putting together a document now trying to help other states in forming statewide trails coalitions. The other thing, Stephanie and I had the pleasure of going to the International Trail Summit back in April, and it was the biggest turnout they'd ever had. And they had 43 of the states were represented and 20 countries. So it was truly an international trail summit. And I had the pleasure, I was asked to speak to the recreational trails program managers about the whole idea of coalition building and so on. And then I spoke on a panel during the summit also. So that was pretty exciting. And finally, we're going to see a change with the Montana Trails Coalition. I told the board last January that I was going to be retiring as their chair on December 19th of this year. And so we did some strategic planning. We're going to try to hire a part-time or full-time executive director. And just recently, I put in an application to the Rails to Trails Conservancy, and they gave us a $10,000 grant to at least start the process and hopefully get somebody hired sometime late this fall or early winter. So that's my report, Tom.
That's great. Thanks so much, Bob. I'll pass it over to Mike Patterson.
Good morning, folks. Give me just a second here. Yeah, this is Mike Patterson down in Butte. I was so excited this summer as I traveled around the state being retired. I was able to go up and take a run on that new pavement in Fort Benton that everybody talks about. Down here in the Butte area, yeah, we've got some great projects. The East Ridge Foundation, they have a new trail that we funded. It's appeared to me to be about 90% complete. Also, I'm involved with what's called the Greenway Service District. It's a trail system that goes from Butte through to Anaconda. It's been 22 years in the making, $30 million into it. And we funded a piece of equipment that goes on a skid steer to brush and clear brush off the side of the trail. So that was wonderful. So anyhow, I'm just excited to be with everybody today, and thanks for all the effort that everyone at FWP is putting into this, including Christy and Bob. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mike. And Mark Smolin, I'll pass it over to you to introduce yourself.
See if I could figure out. There you go. I'll let you see me a little bit. I've managed to find whatever bug is going around, so you probably won't hear much from me, probably to your happiness. It has been a busy summer. I know that the new trail system in Big Fork, that's where I live, is moving along quite well. I've heard good things, so that's good. I'm looking forward to trying out that new trail system. Also, I'm also the chairman of the Trans-Montana Charity Snowmobile Ride. We just did the NAMI walk on Sunday in Helena, and we had our biggest year ever. So we just gave just over $30,000 to NAMI for the mental health PTSD support of our vets, and excuse me, and teen suicide prevention programs, Project Aware, that's been rolled out to over 30 schools there in Montana. So that's what takes up most of my fall, is setting up Trans-Montana. Again, this year we've got a great route. It's a little more abbreviated, but we start in Georgetown, ride a couple different systems there, go to Butte, and then down to West Yellowstone and ride all over the Island Park and West Yellowstone area for a few days. So that's where we're headed this year. So please come out. We'll have a big event on February 3rd in Butte. Mike Patterson will be helping organize that with the Jack Pine Savages and Mining City Trail Riders. So please, if you're in Butte on February 3rd, come on out to the Copper King and have some fun with us. We have a really fun auction and everything else, and it's a ton of fun. So come on out if you can. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. That's a great update. It's exciting to hear all that news and development. And Adam Brooks.
Good morning, everyone. Adam Brooks. I'm the Financial Assistance and Compliance Bureau Chief for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks here in Helena. And within my program are all the federal grant programs that the agency takes part of, including the Recreational Trails Program. And so Stephanie Clement, I'm very happy to have her on staff as our RTP manager. Nice to be here, and great to see you all.
Thanks, Adam. And Ginny Sullivan, I'm getting your messages, but no, I can't see you in the group. No, I don't see our advisors. So Ginny, I think we'll forward you another link. There should be one as a panelist. But
Down here. And under that three ellipses, promote panels.
okay.
And then it's
Yes. Okay. We're fixing some. Panelist. We should be. Okay, great. Yes, Ginny, you're in. Would you like to introduce yourself and share some exciting news to the group?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Ginny Sullivan here. I spend most of my time in Missoula. I also work here in Helena. Exciting news. Well, in Missoula, we just heard that they are going to light the Bitterroot Branch Trail. So it's a very urban trail that goes through the heart of Missoula from the river, basically all the way out past the mall, and connects to the longer Bitterroot Trail that goes all the way down to Hamilton. So it's great to see that lit. And then they're turning an old decrepit railroad bridge into a bike ped bridge. And they're going to be using redevelopment dollars to do that work in Missoula. So that's my exciting trail news. Very exciting because that's a very, very urban trail. It goes through a lot of kind of industrial areas. So having it lit will really help people commute on that trail a lot safer.
That's great. Exciting news. Thank you, Jenny. And I'll pass it over to Julie Riley. Julie, for some reason, we can't hear you. It doesn't look like you're muted, but we can't hear you.
There.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Feel a little rushed this morning, but I'm here and grateful to be here. I'm with Extension Service in Powder River County in Broadus, Montana. My exciting news is I was on a panel with Tom Lang. He spoke with a group called Reimagining Rural with the Montana State University Extension Service and gave us lots of great information on where to begin if we want to build trails.
Yes, thank you, Julie. That was a great panel. I think we reached a lot of good communities and provided them with information about these grant programs and could potentially recruit some new applications this cycle because of that. So thank you for including me in that. Alice Santos.
Hi, everyone. Alice Santos from Helena, and I represent the non-motorized group. I don't have any real exciting news to tell you. There's probably other people that can tell you what's going on in Helena. I've actually had some family stuff, so I've been out of the state for a decent part of the summer. What I can say is we're pretty excited to have the kind of weather we're having. So there have been a lot of people out on the trails. And so that part's been exciting, but really that's kind of all I have right now. I don't have too much to add.
Well, great. Thank you, Alice. And it's good to see you. Madeline Martin.
Good morning, everyone. From Eureka, Montana, Madeline Martin, and I am mainly a fanatic hiker who's trying to promote this program here in my area. I've talked to several people who are interested in developing or opening up more trails in this area this summer. As far as I've been around, because I've been in a horrible accident, and after that I got the crud, like Mark obviously has now. So I've been laid up a lot. I've checked out in the beginning of the summer, well, it was probably mid-July, been out on the Whitefish Trail system again, which they have connected some more trails, and it's absolutely amazing. And they did get grants for that. I heard that the project that had gotten money allocated on the West Kootenai is in progress. I have not had a chance to check, excuse me, to check that out. I am not on any particular committees that will benefit this organization or this committee, but I do my best to get county commissioners and city officials and other people who are interested with and connected with other groups aware of this program. And several have said that they would apply for grants and funds to get their dreams made a reality. And that's it from Eureka.
Thank you, Madeline. It's great to hear you're promoting the program like that. We really appreciate it. And Shelby Clark.
Hey guys, I'm Shelby. I'm the bike ped coordinator with the Montana Department of Transportation. We have finished up our scoring for our transportation alternative application grants, and we already went and listed who received those, so that's always exciting. Other than that, it's just kind of been run-of-the-mill stuff. Exciting having summer coming to an end and getting into fall. So yeah.
That's great to hear. Thank you, Shelby. And so, yes, that concludes introductions. And so I will now hand it over to Stephanie Brown.
All right. Hi, everybody, again. We just want to give a few program updates for TSP before we jump into the award review. Actually, let me back up a little bit. We're going to go over the STAC charter. We did include that in your packet that we emailed out, and the reason why we included it is because we do have a couple updates within that charter, and I hope that everyone had a chance to read through that, and we're here to answer some questions. The main areas that we updated in that charter is committee oversight and committee membership and roles. I'll let Hope speak to the committee oversight section, and then we'll circle back and I'll go over the membership and roles just quickly, and then we're here to answer questions.
Yeah, so Stephanie resent this out after your initial packet came out to make clear that this is a draft document. We are in progress with this conversation within the agency, not only for the trail programs, but other grant programs, what the decision-making structure looks like, and looking for consistency, but also situations where there are unique reasons why it looks different in another place, in another program. And so the information that's in front of you is just an alternative that was put forward on that decision-making structure. There's a lot of conversation still to be had internally. We'll have a review with the director's office, and once that's settled, then it will go to the governor's office, the whole charter. So I just want you to know that as you look at this today, again, this is very much still a draft document. We are very open to your input and any thoughts you might have to help guide our conversations as we go forward. But there are a lot of stops along the way yet still for this becoming a final document before your spring meeting of the STAC. And that is when that new charter would go into effect after we're settled internally, have it go through the director's office review, and then through the governor's office for review. So just some context there. Very much a work in progress, but do appreciate your thoughts.
Thanks, Hope. The other pieces within the charter that we updated are the committee membership and roles, and just really clarifying what the roles are of the committee, providing input and proposed changes to project eligibility, project sponsor and criteria regarding who can receive funding, and also providing input to project evaluation and selection criteria. So just really wanted to clarify that piece there. Also, we added information under resignation and termination for members, just so that way we're all clear on what our roles are, how you become members, and how to also resign or what could happen if you're terminated. So regarding the charter, like Hope said, this is a draft and we're open to any questions you may have. If you have questions and you want to raise your hand, this would be a good time for us to be able to answer those questions.
Stephanie, this
Yes.
is Bob Walker. I'm a little curious under purpose, the first paragraph. There was something that isn't there now that was in the old charter. I think the old charter said the STAC may also provide input to FWP and other Montana land managing agencies on broader issues and plans. That language is not in this update. Is there a reason for that? Or?
I think what we did is we moved that piece really in regard to the state trails plan and added that into the roles section. So if you go over to the roles section, you'll see that the committee may also assist with the review of the state trails plan to include providing recommendations for data collection, future changes to the plan, and resolutions to identified issues and alternatives. So we just moved that under roles so that it's just really clear that that is part of the role and responsibility of.
Thank you, Stephanie. I did notice that with the plan, but the past language was broader than just the plan. Again, it says provide input to FWP and other Montana land managing agencies on broader issues and plans. I know in the past the committee, if they chose to, and if the agency, it was fine with the agency, we could talk about issues with rail trails. We could talk about issues with access, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think I would suggest that you still allow for that in the charter.
Yeah, thank you so much for pointing that out. And what we'll do is we'll circle back and look at that again and take that into consideration as we're moving forward. So you'll be able to weigh in on that again in the spring for sure. And that makes a lot of sense to us too. Thanks, Bob.
Well, I had one other question, and it's one I kind of hate to bring up, but under Montana Trail Stewardship Grant Program, about 3/4 of the way down on page 1, were you just being general with the language? On the third line, it says provides and maintains trails for motorized and non-motorized recreational trails used within the state. Was there any reason that the diversified use category was not mentioned there? Did you just feel at that point it wasn't critical?
I think that we took that out mainly because of the definition of diversified, and we couldn't really land on the definition itself. So just wanted to leave it really broad.
Okay. All right. See, I think those were my only two questions. And the role, let's see, it was under membership. It was on page 3 where you talked about roles. That looks like it's a reflection of the RTP program, which is, I thought was good. The 3 points. So thanks. That was my only questions or points.
Thanks for giving it a good look, Bob.
Actually, I thought this charter, it's, I know a lot of people don't look at charters as being very exciting, but this does kind of set the stage for the future. And I really thought there might be more discussion about the charter, but that's fine with me.
Any other questions or thoughts from the group?
Well, I read through it thoroughly, and I just was really appreciative of having the information on exactly what we do and what our limitations are and all of that. So I really appreciated the clarification, but I didn't have any changes.
Great, thank you, Christy. And that was a part of the objective of updating the charter, was to just clarify roles and expectations, and then also talk about it in this meeting so that now we all have a point of reference whenever there's a question or confusion that might come up. The charter can kind of be our North Star.
Anything else before we move on? All right.
Actually, this is Mark Smolin. I'm gonna just go on record as voicing my opinion. Since you asked, when I started on the stack many moons ago, it operated very differently, and frankly, I think it operated better than it did in the last few years. I feel like the stack is being taken out of the equation a little too much in the past, and I'm just going to tell you how it worked, and just tell you where I'm coming from, because in the past, the stack sat down with FWP as our guide and leads, and we worked out who was getting the money, who was, what the breakdowns were, making sure that all of the motorized, non-motorized, diversified splits were met accordingly. And we had it probably to within $10,000 out of $1.5 million. And the FWP person might tweak a number here or there. And usually there's some small changes that come through once awards are made anyway, because somebody might say, well, there's because we're getting a partial, we're only going to be able to do this much. So the numbers move around a little bit. But I think the charter should be taken into account and looked at in that standpoint of, rather than FWP making final, I'm fine with final decisions at minor levels, but I think the stack should really be in a more of a driver's seat, and FWP in more of a management and, handling of all of those things and making small changes. So that's my comment.
Thanks, Mark. Any final thoughts? All right.
Hold on, sorry. I had to unmute myself. So just on what Mark said, because I've been on as long as Mark has, and it was done differently. We did have a lot more, the process was a lot more discussion from the stack as far as what was worthy, not worthy, where money got allocated. And we did have a very large say in what was done, whereas I found the last couple of years, I would agree with Mark, it's been done differently. I did feel like more of a part of the process in the beginning years that we did this, and the change, just I think with administration change, just the process has changed. And I think part of that was during COVID, we didn't get together. So we were apart, similar to how we are today. And, I don't know if I could say better or worse. I just know that our participation level in that process was higher. And I think I felt a little bit more in touch with the different projects than I do now. So I would just want to say I kind of agree with Mark. For the folks that are new on stack, I don't know that you would know the difference, just because it's been this way for a couple of years now. And I think this is my last year, so I don't know really if this is a better process for everybody, then I think, move forward. But I just want to kind of confer with Mark as far as how it was done and how it's done now. And there is a lot less, it feels like, to some degree, from the stack than there was before. So it's different. I don't know, better or worse moving forward. You guys have to decide, because I'm not going to be here, I think, after this year. So anyway, that's all I have really on that.
Yeah, well, no, I appreciate both of you sharing your thoughts. I think I'll just pipe in. So we have had in the last few years, and it started before I came in 2021, but more direction from both the director's office and the governor's office in clarifying advisory committee roles. So they are advisory committees. And so that role of making recommendations is very appropriate, but the final decision-making does come with the agency. And we were asked to clarify that not only with this committee, but with other advisory committees that the agency uses, and we have a lot of them. But with that said, we're still looking to have, robust input from you all and process with trail stewardship, for instance. I'll let Adam and Stephanie speak to RTP. But the trail stewardship program has been new since 2019, and we've been looking to get that stood up. As you know, we've had staffing changes. Tom's here now and doing great stuff with the program and getting more time under our belt with it. We fully expect it will be an evolving process, and that every year we'll have little tweaks to make and improvements based on what we've learned from the last cycle and go around. And I think you'll see that bear out in today's conversations. There were definitely things that were raised from the last spring cycle with STAC's review of suggestions you made for improving the process next time to either catch projects that didn't score well under the old rubric, or just the way you'd like to see the information and data prepared differently, et cetera. So we've taken that to heart, and I think you'll see that and help strike a middle balance between this focus on the STAC is advisory, but also really wanting robust input from you all. And so I look forward to seeing the conversation progress this morning as Tom lays out the scoring rubric and other things, so that we can have more conversation about that. And you can give us feedback as we go today on those things and your pulse of what that feels like in terms of improving the process and having a good evolution and procedure down. So that's all I have to add.
Thanks, Hope. I appreciate actually that explanation, because I don't know that anybody's really mentioned that to us, and the fact that it is, advisory in the nature of what we do. So I appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and move along here. I have just a couple quick updates that I'm sure that you're interested in hearing about. One of them is the 2024 funding forecast for this upcoming cycle. And just kind of quick, we do have $4 million in authority for 2024 and 2025. That means that we will likely have approximately $2 million for this upcoming cycle. We don't have the exact funding amount available for today, but we'll have that available prior to the cycle opening, and we can circle back with you once we have that exact amount. So that's all that I really have on the funding forecast for this upcoming cycle. The other piece that we're just starting is we're heading down the road of rulemaking for TSP.
Stephanie, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you say that amount again? It went by too fast and I didn't grab it.
Sure. We have $4 million in authority for 2024 and 2025. That would mean that we're expecting to have $2 million for this upcoming cycle. We're not guaranteeing that right this minute because we want to make sure that we are locked into that before we announce officially for 2024.
And I think, Jenny, just for some education there, so those of you who are familiar with the legislative process, I have to use two hands for this. So there are two pieces of the funding. So we get the authority side from the legislature, and in 2023, we asked for $4 million in authority for this coming biennium. So that will include the 2024 and 2025 grant cycles for trail stewardship. We asked for $4 million in authority. So we got the authority approved, but then you have to wait for the cash to come in. You might have the authority, but if you don't have the cash, you still can't award as much authority as you might wish you could. So we're waiting for the revenue updates to come. There's a series of things that comes through the motor vehicle registration and the Department of Revenue with marijuana taxes and things. And so the revenues have to catch up, and we have to get those updates from various departments on how much cash we'll actually expect to have in hand to award. And so without having that final number right now to lean on, we would just hesitate to say it will absolutely be half of the 4 million in the first cycle, because we just want to know how much cash has come in and be good prognosticators. So we do expect to have an update by the time the cycle opens November 1st for trail stewardship. And then I would defer to Adam and Stephanie to talk about the RTP funding available.
Is this an increase over last year? I can't remember. It was 1.8 or 7 last year.
It ended up only being 936,000 last year. We last cycle we had a smaller amount than anticipated. So this would be a marked increase, about double.
Thank you.
Hope, this is Bob Walker. I just wanted, I know I thank you for the information you provided after our STAC meeting last spring. We'd requested the status of the funds in hand, the funds that were available, and within just a few days, you replied to all of us on the amount that was available. And I really appreciated that. And I think that was great information for the State Trails Advisory Committee. I think the other thing I want to mention here is that, and Christy, you just asked the question about how much is available last year. We were kind of in a jam last year because the information early went out that we were going to have $1.5 million or 2 million, I can't remember. And we only had the 930,000. That's part of what caused some frustrations, I think, by some members of the State Trails Advisory Committee, because we did give a lot of good input at last spring's meeting. But because of the issue with reduced funding from what we anticipated, it put a lot of, I want to say, stress. It caused a real challenge for the staff to figure out how to make that money work to fund the most projects. And so I want to congratulate the staff on doing a great job with a challenging situation in this past fiscal year.
Thanks, Bob. We appreciate that. Any other questions before we move along? All right. The next update has to do with rulemaking, and I'll be really honest, this is a new road for myself and Tom, and we're just really starting down this road. So we're beginning the rulemaking process for the Trail Stewardship Program. We'll definitely have more information in the spring for you on this, but rulemaking for TSP is going to focus mainly on MEPA and establishing a categorical exclusion, which means a programmatic review of all the different activities that TSP can fund. So we're just really starting on this road. It's brand new, like I said, and we're hoping in the end it will make it easier for applicants and projects to apply. Feel free to ask questions. I'll probably have to lean on Hope a little bit for this one, but we're looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a real benefit for TSP. Oops, you're muted, Bob.
You must have saw my mouth moving, didn't you?
I did.
No, I'm talking history here, but I remember when I was managing the trails programs, we tried to get a categorical exclusion adopted by the department, and it was for RTP, of course. And we were told at the time they didn't want to do it. We knew we could legally because of the guidance. There's a book on guidance from MEPA. We knew by law we could, but the department didn't want to do it. So frankly, I'm very happy to hear that under the current leadership, that's being considered.
Thank you. we're looking forward to learning. So it'll be a good exercise for us, for sure. Any other questions before my final update, which I think I'll just move right along. For TSP, we're looking to institute a modified funding distribution similar to RTP. So we know there's a lot of history here. We've been digging up the history and trying to learn more. But what that means is we are looking to implement for this year, 30% of the funding for motorized, 30% for non-motorized, and then 40% of the funding is open based on the project. So not going to put it into diversified necessarily, but just open, and it will be based upon project scoring. So want to open that up for any questions. I think Tom might have a few more pieces to say about that, but wanted to share that that is the direction that we're going for this funding cycle.
You know, I hate to be the one talking again, but thank you for that. I know I chatted with Tom a few days ago about this, and I have some stock in that 30-30-40 breakout, because when we ran when we put together Senate Bill 24 and came up with the final language with the help of Hope when she was in another office, unfortunately, we didn't include some of the detail that we thought would be worked out in an administrative rule with the department. And we had a lot of these, like the 30-30-40 was one of them, that we didn't include in the bill that became law. But we worked with Hope's predecessor, and we testified before the State Parks and Recreation Board at least 3 times about how this program could work if it passed the legislature. 30-30-40 was always one of them. And so I'm glad to hear, even though it's not in the law, that you're going to continue with that this year, because the coalition put a lot of work in on this bill, and that's why we had such a broad level of support for Senate Bill 24 from the public. So thank you for continuing this fiscal year with the 30-30-40.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add?
If we don't have enough in one sector, we'll allow them to decide. Yeah, I think I can address that in a few slides.
All right. Those are the updates that I have. I'm going to turn it over to Tom.
Yes. Thank you, Stephanie. So that's great. I think right there within this section of the agenda, we just covered kind of the nature of the advisory board and the committee through the charter, our funding forecast, and the funding mechanisms that fund the Trail Stewardship Program, where we are with rulemaking, and where we are with instituting a 30-30-40 modified distribution. And we're going to talk about that here in a few slides. So I'm going to quickly share my screen. In your stack packet, there was the summary of the 2021, 22, and 23 trail stewardship projects. Really, I want to just quickly open it up to see if folks have observations about that list, have any questions about specifics, or have any insight that they want to share just in relation to what was present there before we move into some specific information and go on through there. So if you could raise your hand, or if you just want to speak up regarding that, if you have any questions or observations, let's open it up just right now for general inquiry there. So nothing's coming up right now, but do speak up if things come up. So in that whole list, here's kind of the breakdown of how it's gone the past 3 cycles. In 2021, we had a funding total amount of 1.1 million approximately, and that went out to 41 projects. Of those 41 projects awarded in the spring of 2021, 23 have been completed and 18 are active. And so there's some good progress. And I think one thing to consider too was some of those projects got slowed down due to the rise in material costs during those years, and just general challenges of coming out of pandemic lockdown and starting trail work. And so for over half of those projects to be completed, I think we're in really good shape, considering some of the obstacles that our organizations and agencies were up against at that time. In 2022, we saw our funding total increase by about $300,000. That year, we awarded 32 projects. And by the way, okay, so in 2021, 41 projects were awarded and 41 applications were received. In 2022, 32 projects were awarded, and I think 33 or 34 applications were received, and 2 were ruled out based on eligibility reasons. And so the other point of this breakdown is to really highlight that in 21 and 22, the program was being built, and the competition for funding wasn't quite as tense as it was in 23. And so 32 projects were fully funded back in 22. Right now we have 5 of those completed, 28 are active. And this fall, I anticipate, based on some of the status reports I've received and conversations I've had with those awardees, we're anticipating a lot of these projects closing in the next few months as paperwork gets put together and reimbursements start being submitted this fall. A lot of those projects, I believe, have made huge progress this summer and this trail season and are now closing out and putting the final touches on things. And so that was 21 and 22. In 23 last year, we awarded $938,000 to 31 projects. We had 54 applications. And so far, we only have 1 completed. That is Fort Benton. And 30 are active. So for a program total, over the past 3 years, we've awarded 104 projects for $3.5 million across the state. And currently 29 of those projects are closed out and have successfully been completed, and 75 projects are still active across the state. So that's pretty much the broad overview of what the program has done so far and where we're currently at. Any questions or comments from folks just based on that breakdown?
Hey, Tom, this is Bob. I think it's important to note that the fiscal year 2023 grants that the STAC reviewed back in the spring, part of the reason that there's only 1 completed is those that were snowmobile projects, they're not going to happen till this winter anyway. So that's part of the reason that I think we see only 1 project completed at this point. I just thought that was an important thing for everybody to keep in mind.
Yes, agreed, Bob. And I think this, when it comes to this fall, we might see a few more 2023 projects submit for reimbursement. I know East Ridge Foundation with the Modass Canyon Trails is pretty close to closing that out. And so there's been good progress. And I think looking at the 2023 examples, and when we did fund a project like Fort Benton and did fund a project like East Ridge Foundation, I think those 2 projects right there are demonstrating what shovel-ready projects are. And so I think when we come back to review in 2024, now having a bit of a project portfolio and having certain case studies that demonstrate project ready, I think this will guide our review and allocation of funds in the spring and allow us to really discern, who does have who has provided the information that we can confidently look at and say, this is shovel ready, and invest that money to get it on the ground and get it spent and reimbursed in a timely fashion. Anything else from folks before we move into some more specific topics on the program and seek some input on your thoughts?
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Tom, what did you just ask?
Anything else about the funding breakdown? Any observations, questions, or information that folks want to put forward?
I'm just excited that, fingers crossed, we will have the money to actually make full awards. Yeah, next spring. So looking forward to that. So glad we have the authority. Now let the money roll in.
Indeed. Great. So in moving on, there's three specific topics that that I just want to address with the group and propose as, at this point, just ideas and potential changes, and gather some feedback to help inform the ultimate decision-making for this 2024 cycle. So in moving into these three topics, the first one is hearing folks' thought about raising the maximum award from $75,000 to $100,000 in the Trail Stewardship Program. This is something that through statute we have the ability and authority to do. We are not held at $75,000, but there was definitely thought put into that threshold back when the program was started 3 years ago. And the hope was to not allow these larger asked projects to overshadow some projects that might be asking smaller amounts in the 7,000, 15,000 range. So raising the max award to 100,000 is something the program is interested in doing so that we can, number one, fund bigger projects. And encourage infrastructure improvement on a larger scale just based on that funding. And I think the other part is from a case management and project management standpoint, this would allow for an easier case management load on the program itself if we're able to have some big fish in there. And open and close $100,000 with one organization and one project that has been vetted through the internal review and the stack review, and then keep that money in one area as opposed to having $100,000 go out into 4 separate projects at $25,000 each, and the amount of paperwork and additional bandwidth and correspondence that takes. So I think case management is part of this. One possibility with the 100,000, and this is really where we're trying to hear folks' thoughts and get some ideas to really formulate how this would roll out, is for us to potentially put a limit and say, yes, we want to award $100,000 projects and encourage those types of applications to be submitted. But in looking to protect the interests of small project requests, we'll limit the program to only awarding out 3 or 4 projects at $100,000. So that would alleviate the risk of getting 9 or 10 applications for $100,000 and then having that eat up the bulk or almost half of what we have the authority to disperse. And so we are thinking of putting a cap on the number of $100,000 projects awarded. But bringing this into the program could allow new and bigger projects to come to the fold. And so in trying to make this decision, we just want to open it up for discussion here with the stack and hear what folks think on this. And Alice, I see that your hand's up.
Yeah, I guess my question is, when we had I think you said max amount was at 75. Did we have a quantity, like how many of those we could do, or was it kind of just at as many as we saw fit?
Yes, we hadn't put in a ceiling or a quantity there. It was kind of as we saw fit. And so this would kind of address that and say, we could put in a quantity of how many that we think is appropriate to fund at $100,000 and then go from there. Bob, I see your hands up. Bob, go ahead.
Okay, I like the idea of raising it to $100,000 because let's face it, the urban projects cost a lot of money. The law also included shared use pass. They cost a lot of money. I think it's good to raise the amount. And I'm not sure if this is still the case, Stephanie, with RTP, but I remember at one time we did have categories. The department's already done that. They'd allow a certain number of large projects. Are you still doing that, or is that gone by the wayside?
I'm not personally aware of that happening, so it might have been a while back.
Okay, well, like I say, sometimes the history is out there, and I know though at one time with RTP, they did allow a certain number of what they call large project applications. So this has been done before and it worked.
Thanks, Bob. You also bring up the point that this would address rising costs of materials, of labor, and just general, just the impacts of inflation over the past few years. And so it would address that, which is something that organizations and agencies are facing across the state. Madeline, I see your hands up.
Yes, so I support the raise to the 100,000 too, based also on what you just said about inflation and increase of cost of materials and labor. But I do want to make sure that I did hear the case management in the wrong way, because I got the impression of how it was stated, but I might have misheard that, but because I'm still a foreigner, that the amount of paperwork that goes with these applications doesn't really warrant the little projects. And of course, coming from an area where small projects are more predominant than the bigger projects, I have a problem with that. I don't care how much paperwork it takes for the small projects. They are just as important, especially for areas like mine, as the big urban projects, for instance. So I just wanted to throw that in. I'm standing up for my area.
Yes, no, and we hear you. And I think really the goal is just consolidation in terms of maximizing efficiency in those big project areas. So as opposed to having 4 organizations from the Flathead apply separately, this could allow those organizations to partner together and have a collaborative project in a large area, and then also provide more match and increase project capacity and capabilities in those higher density areas. And then it allows us to take that into consideration when we review applications from across the state, and then do see requests that might be asking for a smaller amount, but are in an area that might not have a Parks and Rec department and might not have the same degree of infrastructure in right now our high density areas, and talk about that and still allow room for those to be evaluated on the same level.
Okay, agreed. Thank you.
Yeah, and Madeline, this is Hope. I just want to add, we absolutely recognize the importance for smaller organizations and communities of this funding, and we do not want a move toward allowing larger projects to come at the loss of smaller opportunity. I just want to say very clearly that we recognize that's important, and that was something I specifically talked with Senate Bill 24's sponsor, Senator Terry Gauthier, as I came on board a couple of years ago, as we were looking at how the program's operating. He just wanted to be sure that those small grant opportunities remain regardless of what the structure ends up looking like as we evolve. So that's not lost on us, and is still very important. I want to assure you of that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Because in my area, and other outlying areas, also at the eastern side of the Rockies, they do look at different amounts for the projects, simply, first of all, because of the location and also the possibilities that we have for our projects. They are not the same as in urban projects, for instance, where you connect all kind of trail systems. That is just not relevant in this area where I live. It's totally a different geographical outlay here. So thanks for your understanding that. Thank you.
You bet. Yeah, I grew up in a small Northwest Nebraska town, and my dad did a lot of grant writing for our community and projects in our community. So I've got that right in my heart. I just want you to know that.
And when and later in the meeting, when we go through the application, I think there's a certain area in the application that has provided a mechanism for these partnerships in both types of projects to really highlight their gains, and I think we'll be able to talk more about this at that juncture when we come across that in the application. Christy, I see.
Thank you. You know, and on the other end of this, coming from a large urban area and seeing the, I love the idea of the larger, you know, max award to 100,000. And I would also like to see maybe if there's going to be a limit on how many $100,000 awards are given, possibly also what I would love to see is like 4 $100,000 awards possible for the larger urban areas like Missoula, Bozeman, Helena, and Billings. Maybe either spreading them, making sure that they're spread around the state so that, you know, we're not pitting against each other. You know, like Billings is always saying, oh, Missoula gets all the big grants or things like that. And last year, Billings got 2, and that was wonderful. But I think that it's important to be able to spread that around the state. I think if you did, you know, limit it to 4 for the typical suspects that are, you know, seeking those larger awards, because really in an urban area, you can't, there's nothing you can do with, you know, $20,000. It's really hard when you've got a built environment and you're trying to develop trails that are, you know, in an urban area. But this is our front country, you know. If we've got $2 million, that would still allow for $1,600,000 for all the other TSP projects. And that's a lot for smaller. So that's my thought, is just to at least, you know, yes, make it dispersed throughout the state. Thank you.
Thanks, Christy. And yeah, I think that would be something that we build in, and that would be a really big topic in our scoring meetings in the spring, and that we would all be able to come together as a group and talk about this and weigh the benefits or the pros and cons of certain projects, go from there. Bob, I see your hands up.
Yeah, just a suggestion that I was thinking back on when there were some large grants from RTP. Talk to Beth Shoemate, because I believe she administered that program when there was categories like that established, and she could probably give you a lot of good information about how that worked.
Great. Okay, and any other thoughts on this topic before we move on? This is really helpful input. It sounds right now like there's general support for this, with putting in some mechanisms that do put a cap on the maximum amount of those awards, but it sounds like generally everyone's in support of raising the award amount from a maximum to 75,000 to 100,000.
Yeah, but Tom, so would it be something to look at, that we do the amount that is actually awarded to, not the amount of money, but the amount of projects that get awarded, this bigger amount is related to the amount of funds that are available. So for instance, if we get 1 million, there will not be more than 200,000 or 100,000 projects awarded. If we have 2 million, we can do 4, for instance, where you set the criteria that is related to the available and confirmed funds that we get allocated.
Yeah, Malin, I think that's a great suggestion, and that's something that we could put in so it would be proportional to the amount of funding we have. Alice, I see your hands up.
Yeah, I guess building on that, do we have to have a criteria? Do we have to have a number? Can we just wait and see how many grants requests are in that range first? I mean, is it something that, I guess the question is, I know you have to have the cap that has to have a criteria, but do we need any other criteria other than raising the maximum award to 100K? Could we just leave it at that and decide like at the beginning of our, deliberation?
Yeah, I think we don't need to put necessarily any formula in writing this year.
Okay.
And it
That was my
sounds like
question.
that is something that would kind of play itself out and shake itself out based on the amount of applications that come in. And we could then go from there and consider that.
Yeah, I think it's something that can be flexible. Stephanie Brown has a lot more grant experience than I have. But so I guess what I'll say is just to be clear, all the feedback you provide today, we don't have anything written in stone. We'll take your comments to heart, talk with each other again about what we heard and what seems to make sense, and then go forward with putting out the guidelines. This is really important feedback. Hearing all of these aspects and what you're saying is really informative to help us with the discussion.
Christy, I see your hands up.
Yeah, thank you. I just, I think that if there is going to be a limit on it, I'd rather see it in the criteria rather than in just discussion. If it's going to be, oh, we're going to limit it to 3 or something like that. But I think then it needs to be in the criteria that it's dispersed around the state rather than just in the discussion, because I think that can be, somebody's feeling stronger that day. And I mean, I just think that the advocacy during those meetings, it can vary. So I feel like it needs to be in the criteria.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anything else on this topic before we move on to the next proposed change? Okay, so the next input topic that we're proposing is at this juncture for the 2024 cycle, including the potential to include areas that we could establish as basic funding priorities based on what we have seen in the past from applications, and based on, anecdotally what folks are saying are some of the biggest issues that they're focusing and facing across the state, whether they're small volunteer-run organizations or land management agencies. So right now, the proposed funding priorities and this information is going to be collected in the application just as a better way to categorize projects. And so really what we're trying to figure out is, do we want that information that we gather to ultimately help us make decisions for funding? In our funding meeting, we will have a clear top tier of applications. We'll have a middle tier, and then once we get to the real competitive moments of who's in and who's out, the goal and mechanism really of establishing these as funding priorities is that they would help make those decisions easier for us, because they would give us data points to look at when it does come to those last handful of projects that are competing for the final bit of funding in the pool. And so ADA infrastructure improvement projects, we would ask folks if there is a component of ADA infrastructure improvements in their project. And this would really address one of the main goals in the state outdoor comprehensive recreation plan, which is to provide better access to the outdoors for all persons. This also would allow the program and FWP to actively invest in ADA infrastructure improvements across the state, which would bring outdoor recreation closer to being in compliance with the American with Disabilities Act. And so that's really kind of the goal of putting this in as a funding priority, is to establish, how many projects do we have addressing ADA in the 2024 cycle? And then also, it could potentially, if we put this as a funding priority, it could incentivize projects to then add in an ADA component in their plan that ultimately might not have been there in the beginning. But if they see this as a program funding priority, they would be incentivized to add in these infrastructure improvements. The second is the issue of solid and human waste that is coming up for recreation managers all across the state. With increased use comes increased waste. And so any project that would have something in it that's addressing solid or human waste and be able to provide some information or some data about the negative impacts that have been happening with waste issues at a certain trailhead, at a certain trail itself, we would then be able to look at this and say, this is a problem that people are facing. I don't think it's a secret at this point whether you're recreating and showing up to a trailhead and that's impacting your experience as a recreator, or you're a manager or volunteer on the ground who's having to clean up these issues. So these are really the two funding priorities that we're proposing. This information will be gathered, and so we want to seek input to determine whether the STAC thinks it would be in our best interest to make these focus areas and establish them as formal funding priorities for the 2024 cycle.
This is Mark Smolin. Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, Mark.
So I don't have an issue with either of these. I'm just curious, would making things like ADA infrastructure improvements what you in quotes funding priority, how would that affect other types of grants? Let's just talk about it, like grooming. How would that, would these boil to the top? Because ADA compliance tends to be in the more urban and and not as, I don't know how you want to call it, structured off-road or something like that. So I'm just, can you add some color to that and to how that would, how two grants might compare?
Yeah, so I think this is a good opportunity to maybe change kind of the perception of ADA and change it from and allow it to build its way into outdoor recreation, particularly in rural or backcountry settings. Because right now there isn't a huge focus on this. And so I think it wouldn't necessarily gear or align towards urban or front country projects. I think it would actually open the door and open the gate to starting a conversation about ADA infrastructure in the side country or backcountry and more rural settings. And then I think once we get into the scoring rubric, we'll see that really there's only a chance. Right now, the scoring rubric aligns at 48 points. And then there's 2 points open. And really the way, if we wanted to institute this, a check mark for yes for either of those would amount to 1 extra point. So it wouldn't weight the final score of an application by an extra 5 or 10 points, making a big leap in the scoring list. it would simply end up rounding out the application to 50 total points, and each one of these would account for 1 point. And so it wouldn't be heavily weighted to just immediately add 5 additional or 10 additional points. It would be kind of a modest rollout when it comes to how it impacts the quantified scoring of applications.
Gotcha. I agree with that on the ADA piece. On the point of solid human waste and basic latrine, placement, things like that. In the case of a grant that is basically just asking for funding for a latrine, that doesn't necessarily, align with our original rubric on connectivity, mitigation, maintenance kind of thing. So I was just curious, if we could tweak that category or somehow to down in the rubric, because that, if all you're asking for is a latrine out in the middle of nowhere, it doesn't do anything and it doesn't score well for the others against some of the rubrics that we've had. So just bringing that up.
And we'll be able to address that in more detail when we get to the rubric, because the application has been changed, and I think there's more flexibility for folks to really expand upon the benefits of the project based on what it's trying to address. And so I think we'll hit those in detail. So I'll go to Christy. Your hand's up.
Yeah, again, thank you. Is this, I remember there was 88, there was some, right, last cycle, there was an ADA question, and I kind of dinged everybody for not having ADA. Or was that just for RTP? But I think that I've got mixed feelings about ADA being a funding priority, because I know that the large grants from Transportation Alternatives really favor ADA compliance. And RTP gives communities an opportunity to fund things that, not all things are going to be ADA compliant. I think it's really important to offer front country recreation to people with,
disability,
vision issues or mobility issues. But I worry about having that as a priority, because
you're about the Transportation Alternatives makes sense, but that's not an outdoor recreation program. And so really the goal is to bring the concerns of ADA into outdoor recreation directly and start those conversations and build awareness in outdoor rec, where, if you look at the ADA, the American with Disabilities Act was signed in 1990, and outdoor recreation is very far behind the curve when it comes to building in those amenities and really coming into compliance with the ADA. So that's kind of the goal. Ginny, I see your hands up.
Hey, thanks. This might make things more complicated. I appreciate that it's ADA would be basically a funding priority, but it wouldn't overwhelm the application process by only giving it the 1 extra point. I think that's well thought out, but it seems like in the last couple of years reviewing the applications, there are clearly categories that these applications fall in. You've got the grooming, you've got the backcountry, and then you've got the urban. It seems like, and there might be one I'm missing, but what would it be like for the applicants to pick? Like, are you applying for this kind of grant, or this? Are you applying the money for the grant to these 3 kinds of categories? And then once they go into the application, I know this creates complications on your end, but I'm thinking of that applicant and making this process as simple and straightforward for them as possible. So they choose, this is a groom, I'm applying for grooming. I'm applying for backcountry connectivity or whatever, trail maintenance. I'm applying for an urban trail connected you know, maintenance or implementation. Anyway, I'm just thinking that it would maybe help us to move towards that. So those are all eligible categories, but they are so clearly different in how and the things that they relate to. So I'm sure you've thought about this, but I just thought maybe I'd ask and see what your thoughts are on it.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. And I think when we get to the application this year, we do have some new questions in there that help categorize the projects from an early standpoint, and would allow us as a review panel to have that information more readily available than we have in the past. So we're directly asking people to kind of identify their project categories, and then we'll be able to break down the numbers further. And we're getting a little behind schedule because we have one more, but Madeline, I see that your hand's up for this topic.
Yeah, I guess, so my point is actually a little bit together with what I just heard about categories. When we scored the last time, I was wondering about these solid waste and human waste issues too, and placing latrines there. If that shouldn't be a different category altogether. And so I actually have not more to say than that right now, but I'm wondering if that should not be a category by itself. It's so different from all the other ones that are trail related immediately. I know that the waste issue is trail related, but I mean, the placing of a toilet in the outdoors is by and of itself a separate thing from hiking a trail, grooming a trail, brushing a trail, or whatever, or making trails connected. Anyway, my predecessor said it better than I do, but I feel that putting into categories is getting more and more important with the scoring process. Thank you. I will be quiet the rest of the day.
No, please don't. No, that's great, and we will address these topics when we get to the application. And so really, it sounds like there's general support to include these as funding priorities, and really the goal being, one, it's going to allow us to, when it comes to the cutting line of review, it's going to allow us to see what projects do touch these and which projects don't have elements of these. And also, it's just going to allow us to emphasize that these are current issues in outdoor recreation that we want to address, and we want to build capacity around, because they're impacting managers and they're impacting users. And by encouraging projects to address these, it's going to improve folks' recreational experience and folks' access to the outdoors. So final category before we go on a quick break. And Stephanie had mentioned this early in the meeting. So for this cycle, TSP is looking to institute a modified 30-30-40, very similar to what RTP has, except for we are going to generally try and move away from the diversified category and just turn that into a general pool. The diversified use category, we don't have a clear definition for it. It seems like it's a term that can be used and have different meanings for folks. And so we just kind of want to just move into a much clearer and concise direction. So with this cycle, we would allocate 30% to motorized, 30% to non-motorized, and then the 40% would be the general pool competing for the remaining funds. One piece of information that would be added into this is, for example, if we have $1.5 million to award, say, that would mean, well, no, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's just say we have $2 million to award. So that would say $600,000 for motorized, $600,000 for non-motorized, and then $800,000 for the general pool. If we don't get enough applications to hit, let's say, 600,000 requested for motorized, Everything would be funded up until, say, 24, 27%, and that additional percentage would fall into the general pool. So that's kind of the way we're thinking of designing it, to have that flexibility, but to also honor a lot of the conversations and the history that were built around Senate Bill 24, and formalizing this as a funding distribution mechanism in trail stewardship. So want to open it up for thoughts and comments here. Bob.
Yeah, I'm very happy to hear you say what you just said, Tom, because that's exactly the format, although we still talk diversified use in the 40%. But when we were carrying or supporting Senate Bill 24, that's exactly how we explained it, was that if one of the categories, we didn't say motorized or non-motorized, we just said if one of the categories didn't meet their 30%, that money could shift to one of the other categories. That's pretty much what you're saying now. You had to go to the 40% open project area. So again, I think I can speak for the Montana Trails Coalition. We're very happy to hear you say that.
Great. Thank you, Bob. And one other element, and we'll get this in detail here when we come back and look at the application is yes, we're going to have early on in the application process, we will have grantee applicants identify whether this is a motorized project, a non-motorized project, or it has elements of both. And so we'll be able to kind of categorize projects based on that information as well.
Hey, Tom, is there a method for determining if it's motorized? Like, is it 80% motorized use? Is that classified as motorized? Or, because what I see is something like a avalanche center that is 50-50. That's kind of belongs in the general pool. But I don't really like the idea of saying, well, they're 50% of their money counts as motorized, so we're going to take 50% of that money out of the motorized pool.
We don't have something in play for that right now. I think a project like that would potentially check the box under elements of both. And so we would then encourage fully motorized projects to self-identify as fully motorized, and then fit that motorized 30% from that project categorization that grantees are going to be putting forth in their application.
Because I think RTP does have a break, if I remember right.
It's not well defined.
Okay.
It's kind of the discretion of the state to make that kind of determination. I know it's been an ongoing discussion on that, and it kind of is every year. In my brain at this moment, I think the idea, like when we're filling up our motorized pool, we looked at very strictly motorized projects, fill as much of that as we can with truly motorized. And then if there's like a gap to fill, we might move things around with those kind of like, it's a little bit of both, but where's the breaking point? But first, I think we like to try and fill that motorized pool with as much truly motorized as we can first.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. And I'm great with that kind of a methodology. It's just, I think you know where I'm coming from, so I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, and Mark, I guess I'll just add in from the, my perspective of the conversation 2 years ago when I was there with you all. We had motorized applications. We didn't have enough for trail stewardship that were fully motorized. And I remember us having at least some discussion. I remember Alice being one of, and you both being people who spoke during that, it's a project with a percentage of motorized, so it's okay to use it as the motorized. It's one of those things that, same with that definition of what's diversified, that we struggled with. And so hearing here that you would be comfortable with focusing on fully motorized as the first priority for that motorized category. And then if we had room, using other projects with motorized components as part of that. I appreciate hearing that. Sorry, there was
Yeah, as long as there's a priority in there, then that's good. Yep.
Yeah. The thing that I wanted to say was I know Tom has been working with motorized groups and talking about how to get more applications in, how to improve applications, et cetera. Just knowing we've had some feedback from some of those organizations about the true volunteers that they're relying on to provide those applications and complete them, just so that they can, shine as best as possible. So, and then just generally doing more outreach for motorized projects. So we've been trying to look at this a few different ways, I guess is what I want to say.
Any other thoughts on this topic before we take a quick break?
Tom, this is Mike. Maybe we will get into it this afternoon, but it just seems that what I would suggest is that if there is the motorized and the non-motorized, let's go ahead and you put those in those categories next spring after they've been scored, and you've maybe combined our stack with your folks' scoring. Put those in the category and send that information out to us prior to getting together, so that maybe if motorized isn't totally filled, we don't have to spend an hour or 2 hours discussing whether that's valid or not. If it's a valid, if it's valid, obviously it can just go in motorized, just to try to simplify or speed up the process of reviewing it. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but that give us something kind of a heads up so that we could be more prepared for discussing the various applications that we do need to discuss, which is going to be the open category mainly.
Yes, Mike, thanks for that. And I think we will have the way the application's set up this year, when we do release the applicant pool for review to you, there will be a spreadsheet that does categorize that and does allow us to kind of compartmentalize projects based on these defining characteristics much more clearly than we have in the past. And so I think we will be able to address that. Okay, with that, let's take maybe a 5-minute, Bob, real quick.
I'll make a quick one. The diversified use category. It was clearly defined back in 1991 in the original recreational trails law, and it would require in that 40% for a project to find unique ways to combine motorized and non-motorized on the same route. So it was more clearly defined back in the early days, but because of lobbying by various groups, now the language in the law for that 40% is, I can understand why you have a hard time defining it now. So I just wanted to let you know, initially there was pretty clear definition for what that would be. It's no longer there.
Okay, well, yeah, thank you. That does provide some helpful background. Okay, great. Well, let's all take a break and gather back here. We're getting a little behind schedule and we'd like to stay on task. So let's just take a 4-minute break, a 5-minute break, and come back at 10:46, if that works for folks. And then when we do come back, we'll address the application and the scoring rubric directly that's in your stack packet. So see you back at 10:46. All right, folks, welcome back. I'm gonna change my screen up here for a second. But what I'm gonna pull up on the screen is just what you have in your stack packet. So I'm just gonna share the screen from the PDF, and we will now roll through the application and then address each section. We could provide any comments, provide any input in terms of if you think there's language missing from any questions, provide some input and insight on adding some language or potentially simplifying language. So really our goal is to iron out just the fine details of the application here today. And then we'll transition that over to look at the scoring rubric, which will be which is improved from last year and has been changed, and will be what guides our review next winter and spring. Sorry, I just gotta share. Okay, so here we are at this is the draft application outline. We will be transferring this over to Web Grants after this meeting. Once we finalize the application outline, this will all be input into Web Grants, where this year's applicants will use the Web Grant system to apply. So just looking at the application over the past 2 years, last year we made some improvements and changed the format of the application a little bit to make it flow. And this year we have then taken another step to improve the application flow, make the project sections a little clearer, and reduce redundancies. Last year we had a few questions that were in separate parts of the application, but were essentially asking for the same information. So this year we've kind of consolidated some of those questions and then made the sections very clear to the applicant of what information we're asking for. And also in the questions have provided some more clear direction and guidance as to some examples of the information we might be looking for them to reference, whether it's trailer user data or what kind of plans or strategies we are looking for them to reference. So with that being said, from the 2022 cycle to now the 2024 cycle leading in, the trail stewardship application has pretty much been completely overhauled. And we brought it to a place where we feel really comfortable with how it outlines the information that we're requesting to learn. And we think it provides us with a better tool to have a standardized review that's systematic. And then lastly, the application now I think serves as really a better project management tool for these applicants once they are awarded. And if folks didn't get awarded, one of the goals and one of the features of this application is to say, unfortunately, you didn't get awarded this year. It was a competitive cycle. Here's some advice that would have helped you build a stronger project or project application. But also, we're leaving them with a project that's completely outlined and just needs a few improvements to then be either submitted for funding at an alternative funding source or for them to come back the following year and know what they need to do to get themselves into the funding pool. And so the goal really at this point is, the overhaul of the application is complete. We feel pretty good about where it is structurally. And so now it'll just be ironing out the details for this cycle, and then going forward in the future, just taking a look at it each year and looking at any small tweaks based on what we're seeing in the review process each spring. But the goal here is that, the overhaul and the major reconstruction of the application is complete, and now it would be ideally ongoing maintenance rather than, gutting this application in the future and rebuilding it. And so we've done a lot of heavy lifting there, and the overhaul, I think we're in a really good spot. So before we go into details on the application, I'll bring that up for a topic. Does anybody have any thoughts on kind of how things have progressed and what you've seen from an application from the 21, 22, 23, and now what's proposed in the 24 cycle here? Okay, no initial comments, so we'll move right into the application. And so the way we'll do this is I'll just talk through each section and then pause for comments at the close of each section. So starting here, we have section 1 of the application. So prior to this, folks would provide all their specific information about their organization, their contact information, and all that. That'll already be in the Web Grants portal. So this will be the heart of the application. So the first question will ask applicants to identify from the following categories. They'll identify whether this project is existing trail maintenance, whether it's new trail development, or it's trailhead or trail side development. And that'll allow us to kind of understand what the project is right off the bat. Where does it fall? And that'll help us also with the environmental review process on the back end. The next category for projects to identify is this a motorized project? Is this a non-motorized project? Does this project have elements of both in it? And again, we're going to leave that for the application to decide and identify whether they are motorized or they have elements of both, or whether they're strictly non-motorized. That's really up for the applicant to tell us based on how they're viewing the project. Then we'll go into certain questions that will also help us define, what the project, how it can be categorized, and also it'll address eligibilities. So the first question, does this project address ADA access? That's a simple yes or no question that project applicants can self-identify as. And then the next is, does this project address solid or human waste issues? And again, if that's something that's built into the original project, they'll be able to say that. If the initial project, they might not know and they're still developing an application over the course of 2 months, this could be kind of that opportunity for them to build in another feature and request an additional couple $1,000s to address waste issues that are happening in this area, but they weren't originally scoped in the project. So that's for folks. There's potentially some incentive to be built in to just bring these two topics into consideration. The next question is, has your organization been previously funded by a trail grant at FWP? This will allow us to understand, who has received funding in the past, and then also who are the new organizations coming to us for the first time. We have an idea of that just based on looking at the applicant pool and looking at past grant cycles, but this will just provide a checkbox and allow us to all have that data point, and it will reduce the amount of digging that we have to do, and it will just allow applicants to go from there. And then the final 4 questions here really just would have to do with, is there a right of way? And so that we understand that all those, that approval from the Department of Transportation is included, and we have that letter of support or that agreement. With utility companies, same. This will allow us to understand our utility companies involved, and then immediately find out whether applicants have done their due diligence and do have letter of support and do have an accurate quote from these utility companies and landowner approval. The same goes with question 6 with railroad. If it's a railroad project, we know that there's a lot of coordination involved, and is that all set up prior to like in time for the application to be submitted, so that we can feel confident in funding this, knowing that it's a shovel-ready project and the railroad has already put forth its commitment, and all of that coordination has been taken care of. And then lastly, just understanding whether there's any current litigation on the project. So that's really section 1, looking at the project overview. And so I'll stop there and open it up for any questions or comments. Okay, sounds like,
Sorry, I was just going to say what would be really great is if your format allowed them to just upload that documentation that they need to right at that point. But you might not have that. If you're like us over here at the Historical Society, you're limited on the dynamic of the tools you use. So
yes, thank you, Jenny. And we will have a box that allows folks to just upload an attachment that would be a letter of support from the utility company, or would be landowner approval for any of those.
So if they say yes, then they have to upload something, or they can't proceed in the grant.
They would technically be able to continue the application, but when we do review, we would see that we're missing that letter of support, which is required if you're checking yes. And so that would be part of the eligibility review.
Okay.
So, but if they, if they don't provide that supporting information, and we're clearly asking and prompting for them right in the beginning, that will be taken into consideration with review and scoring. Okay, moving on to section 2. Very similar to what we had in the past. So we have the project overview in section 1, and project 2 is section 2 is project location. So this would list out counties, cities. It would also provide land ownership category, and then provide listed land owners there. And then again, would prompt for attachments to provide letters of support and or lease agreements that do demonstrate landowner approval. So project location, there's still eligibility elements in this that will help us in section 1 and 2 determine if everything's in place and all approval and letters of support and agreements are in check prior to getting to the heart of the application. This will also then lead into 2A, and question 2A is going to be the first area where the scoring rubric comes into play. And so when our review really starts looking at what the information is being provided. And so if this funding is for a trail, we're asking them to please include the physical attributes, length, width, surface type, location, and seasonal use. And or if this is requesting funds for maintenance or improvement activities, please include the details about the current condition of the trails or facilities in question. So I think in the past, the second part of this question wasn't included in the application in earlier and previous versions, which made it hard for folks when they were applying for trailhead improvements. This question was only prompting them on the physical characteristics of a trail. And so now we've added this so that folks, if they are asking for trailhead improvements, if this is kind of a picnic shelter, or there's signage improvements in the trailhead area or along the trail, this is their opportunity to really paint the picture of where the project is taking place and what those physical attributes are that might not just specifically be associated with a single trail corridor or network of trails, but outdoor recreation infrastructure that is getting folks on trails, trailheads and trailside facilities. We're then asking for maps of the area and providing room for folks to put down attachments. And then finally, existing legal easements and having that paperwork. So By the end of section 2, we're asking for all landowner categories, all landowner approval, and then all supporting documentation that makes it clear that everybody involved in this project is on board and an approval is appropriate, and therefore it's eligible for funding. Ginny, I see your hands up.
I keep forgetting to unmute. Sorry about that. One thing that really comes to mind when I'm reviewing the applications is the variation of quality of maps. And I know you're going to have resources and things like that for people. And we talked last year about making sure that there's lots of examples for them to follow when writing the grant. Would it be appropriate to put something that's like a resource from here of how to create a map for your project and a link or a PDF that they can download so that they can actually submit a map that we can actually see their project?
That's a really good point. There's a few things in there. Yes, I think with providing resources this year on the TSP webpage, we are going to have more technical assistance resources than we've had in the past. And so really, if any other ideas come to mind as we review, I encourage everyone to put forth any suggestions as to what resources on the webpage you think would be helpful for potential applicants. Right now, the plan is to provide an example application, and I think the maps in there will help provide people with kind of what we're looking for. In terms of an actual technical assistance resource that addresses maps specifically, I can do some digging over the next month. Off the top of my head, I don't know where I would necessarily lead folks. I think it's kind of up to them to determine what they're capable of doing, whether it's just a screenshot of a Google image and editing that, or they're able to access actual maps themselves from the land manager, or they're an organization that has GIS capabilities. I think we can try as much as possible to provide some technical assistance for improving maps, but we might be limited in that. That being said, I think providing example applications will kind of speak to the mapping and what we're looking for, and give people a clear picture of what constitutes a good application when it comes to outlining the location and providing maps.
All I can tell you is the small organizations that, you know, the old guy that doesn't have any savvy on the, you know, how to use Google Maps or whatever, any kind of resource that you can provide for creating a map of their project would be helpful for us as reviewers.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I'll also second just that is very helpful. Also, I'd really love to see we put a requirement that they be in PDF format. Frankly, I will not open a Word doc from any source, like this. It's like there's just too many viruses floating around, and it's got to be in a PDF. But before, I see pings and JPEGs and Word docs and God knows what formats uploaded. But it's like, it'd just be nice if we just forced them to say, open your map, print it to PDF. Virtually every machine can do that today, and do that.
What about JPEGs for a map?
Print it to a PDF. It's so simple.
It might not be simple for everybody, but
I get it, but I mean, it's part of the operating system now, so it's there. So, but it's just, it's like JPEGs can also include viruses, but not as much. But they can. So there's a lot of, at that point, then you have to have, some image editing software loaded to look at a JPEG. So pretty much everybody has Acrobat, and I think it would do you guys well to standardize on Acrobat and PDF as your data source.
Yes, and we can recommend that and then leave it to applicants to just work with the resources they have. Madeline, I see your hands up.
Sorry, I have to ask this. I'm still learning every time we talk about all these things. Under section 2, project location, land ownership, listed land owners, should that not also have / land management?
Yes, and we can add that language just to be clarifying. So yeah, if it's a project that's taking place on Forest Service land, so this would be, yeah, the U.S. Forest Service as the listed landowner. And yes, we can change that language to just be clear and say listed landowners or land management agencies.
Yes, thank you. Because in fact, the Forest Service doesn't own the land. So I know this is nitpicking, but for me, it would be important.
Great. Yes, and that's really helpful, and that is something we're looking for within this, is to add that clarifying language that might have been overlooked. And since this is a draft, we are this is part of our objective today. So that land manager agency language will be added.
Thank you.
Anything else for section 2, the project location? Okay, moving on to section 3. Here we go into project benefits. So this section was positioned differently in the previous application. Sorry, my mouse is, there we go. This was later on in the application. So we were asking folks to provide an overview. We were asking them to provide the location and physical traits. And then we were getting into the project implementation plan and then asking them project benefits. So we flipped this so that at this point, section 1 just provides what the category of the project or categories of the project are. Section 2 provides the location. So we have a clear picture of how this is categorized, where it's taking place. And section 3 is now for applicants to explain the benefits that will take place in that location and within those project categories. And so the first project benefit is focused on just what is the recreational benefits of this project. And then we provide some examples to help guide the applicant to prompt some ideas and allow them to kind of build the story around what the recreational benefits are. So we say these may include improved safety, visitor experience, carrying capacity, trail sustainability, connectivity, and system access. So the goal there is really to prompt the folks to say, well, maybe this is a routine maintenance project, but how can we also categorize the benefits? Those routine maintenance activities are going to improve safety. They're going to improve visitor experience. Are they also going to lead to carrying capacity, allow more people on the landscape to still have a solid experience and not lead into negative environmental impacts? Are there aspects of connectivity and system access that will be improved? And then we prompt them to say, please include who the identified user groups are and any relevant user data. And we're specifically asking for user data because I think in past applications, we really haven't seen a lot of user data. And I think this will really encourage applicants that might already have this data to put that in and shine a light on that to let us know how many users are there 20,000 users on this trail a year? Like, do you have that information? Where is it housed? Where did you get it? So that we can make sure that it's valid data, and just start prompting that, because I think that will really help us in review and scoring when we can say, well, look, there's this many people using it per year. This is a good investment just based on high use alone. So question 3A is all about what are the recreational benefits. Question 3B then describes how this project engages local or regional partners, the benefits of these partners, and how partners will be specifically involved in this project. We then allow them, we then provide some opportunities for folks to realize, what might partners be. So partnerships may include land management agencies, NGOs, community or economic development groups, and volunteer-run organizations. Part of the prompt here is to understand, who is involved in addition to the organization that's applying. Has there been community involvement? Are organizations reaching out to similar organizations in the region and really trying to partner to build institutional knowledge and to increase local capacity on the ground when it comes to trails. And then we do ask, if no partners are involved, please provide an explanation. I think the more partnerships that are involved in trail projects into the future just allows more folks to understand what the goals of the project are, and then more folks to then expand upon the benefits of this project and encourage use and access to this improvement. And so allowing folks to think about, who are the partners, and potentially, if this is a question they come across early in the application cycle, it could prompt them to go outreach and develop new partners to be involved, whether it's just a letter of support saying, this organization supports this project, or it leads to a full-on commitment of a partnership that resources are being committed to the project and new partnerships are being built. And then the last question here in section 3 is an opportunity for folks to describe the potential community or economic benefits of this project. Benefits may include improvement to access to the outdoors by persons with disabilities, older citizens, or other populations, as well as any information or data on how this project will support the local economy. This is a great opportunity that, we haven't had a question that asked about the economic benefits of a project in the past. So bringing this into the application really opens the door for a lot of organizations to say, hey, we have an economic impact study that says our project has the potential to increase local spending in a community by X amount. And that's information that we want to know for the review process. And we want to also be able to, celebrate that once a project does get awarded. We can start kind of highlighting the economic impact of outdoor recreation across the state, and allowing organizations to provide this information in the application will allow us to kind of see what the landscape is across the state, what projects are, demonstrating a positive impact to local economies, and allow us to just be able to better communicate what the economic and community benefits are when it comes to the Trail Stewardship Program and when it comes to outdoor recreation across the state as a whole. So that's section 3. Bob, I see your hands up.
Yeah, concerning 3B, and this is not a big deal. NGOs, acronyms are bad news. You're gonna get phone calls. What is an NGO?
Okay.
So just spell it out, just to save you some time. And I'll say now, I'm keeping my mouth shut because I think this new application is very well done. I only had one question and it's coming up, but it's well done.
Great. Yes, we will change that language to avoid any confusion. Any other thoughts or comments for section 3 project benefits? Okay, things look good there. So moving on to section 4. Here's the heart of the application, project implementation plan. And I included the implementation, I included that phrase because I really want, in the previous application, this section was just the project plan. And I think up until this point, we have enough information as reviewers to understand what the general plan is, what the location is, and where the the benefits lie across recreation partnerships and community and economic development. So here is really where the applicant can demonstrate that, not only do we have a strong project plan, but we're going to demonstrate a timeline, a workforce, and we're going to provide bids that show that we've done the due diligence and really demonstrate that this is a shovel-ready project to be implemented. And it's really trying to operationalize the project plan. So Section 4, the project implementation plan, question 4A, it's asking, describe the degree to which this project meets an existing goal or implements a strategy described within a local, state, or federal plan or strategy. We then ask, please cite specific plans / strategies being referenced, such as FWP's State Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan, and how the project aligns with goals or strategies. In the past, this question has just been the first sentence. And so I think it's left some applicants confused as to what we're looking for. So we took this opportunity to just quickly put a plug for FWP's State Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan, which is a benefit for the agency because we will guide our applicants right to the statewide outdoor recreation plan that outlines the goals across the state at a state and local and regional level. And then it allows them to think, what else do we have locally? Is there a growth policy that has been put through in our county and we can reference that? Is there a community trails plan that's been put together by an organization that we can reference? Or are there other federal initiatives that align with this project and get on the ground? And so we're, in keeping with this question that we've had in previous applications, we just wanted to provide a little bit more guidance as to what we're looking for and prompt folks to think on a local, state, and potentially a federal level in describing this plan and align it with existing strategies and goals that have been strategically put together for addressing outdoor recreation and access to the outdoors. So question 4B is describe the estimated project timeline and associated task and milestone for implementation. Please include major dates and any information, procurement tasks such as contractor solicitation and timelines. This, from a review standpoint, is an opportunity for us to determine whether, this is a realistic project. Is this a pie in the sky idea that sounds really good, but we have some concerns whether it's actually going to be operationalized? Or did the applicant take the opportunity here in question 4B to clearly demonstrate that they know what needs to happen? They have a realistic timeline on when that's going to take place. And then they have accurate bids and contractor solicitation. I know in a few of the applications we reviewed in the spring, we kind of wondered where applicants got to a certain number. It was a certain amount of trail that then was going to cost X amount of $1,000. And we didn't have the piece in the middle that linked us to understand, where they arrived at that number. So this is an opportunity for applicants to meet that. And I think we're adding extra language in this question to kind of guide them there is, this isn't a guessing game here. If we're going to invest in this project, we need to understand that the due diligence has been done. A contractor has already been contacted and is fully on board and all those quotes and the timeline is realistic. So 4C, list the individuals who will carry out the work identified in the proposed project and their qualifications for the work they will be doing. And this is just an understanding for us to understand, who is the workforce? And then there's that sub question that says, will a state qualified conservation corps local youth trail be used? If yes, provide a letter of commitment and support. And that's for the many project applications we have that rely on MCC and their crews. So that's just an opportunity for that to be solidified and MCC to provide their letter of support that says we have been in contact with X organization for XYZ project, and we are committed to carrying out this work at this time. And it's also an opportunity for folks to say, we do have a full volunteer crew, but here's what we're expecting them to do, and here are the roles and responsibilities that this volunteer crew will carry out. And it's just an opportunity to paint that picture. It won't necessarily be a knock on their project at all, but we want to make sure that the workforce is aligning with the implementation tasks and timeline and what the project is putting out. We want to make sure that the workforce meets the project goals and the needs to meet that goal. And lastly, the question 4D will describe any ongoing maintenance needs following project completion, including staffing or financial needs to continue successful operation of the project, trail system, and or sustain infrastructure improvements. So this is the opportunity for applicants to say that, yes, we do understand that once this project is concluded, there will be ongoing maintenance needs to upkeep this investment and make sure it maintains its value. And here's what that ongoing maintenance looks like. And here's our plan to address that ongoing maintenance over the next 5 to 10 years. And this, from a review standpoint, allows us to be confident to say, yes, we're investing in this project because it is lined up and it's a project we think that brings benefit. And also we can confidently fund this knowing that there's a plan to maintain these infrastructure or trail improvements in the long term. And they have a clear plan so that once the money for the trail stewardship grant has been completely dispersed and used, there are still a plan and resources in place to maintain those gates. So that's section 4 with the project implementation plan. And I will open it up for comments and potential additions or subtractions from the language in this section. Okay, great. So the next section we get to is the Trail Stewardship Project budget. So we have the overview, the location, we're understanding of the benefits, we've reviewed the implementation plan, and now we're getting to the heart of the request. What's the money being requested by the applicants, and what are they doing to meet the 10% match requirement? So question 5A will be for folks to complete the TSP project summary budget table, which will be formatted the same way that it has been in previous applications. And that's where they will just list out the line items for their request. Following into those different categories of salaries, payroll, materials, construction contracted services, travel, and then there's the 7% indirect administrative overhead category as well. So that's where they'll fill out the table and put those numbers in. Question 5B, and you'll notice this section has been expanded, and this is largely based off our conversation back in March in Great Falls, where we're now going to be asking a little bit more of applicants to provide a budget narrative that here in question 5B, describes each budget line item you entered under the request. So this would include a calculation of labor hours and rates for salaries, any quotes, bids, references for the rental of equipment or contractor work being requested, and any types of materials or miscellaneous expenses being requested. So here's where the applicant can say, yes, in salaries, we're requesting $20,000. $10,000 will be allocated to the trail boss, and the $5,000 will be allocated to one trail technician, and the other $5,000 will be to the second trail technician. And it's just going to provide a really clear directive for applicants to describe that. When it comes to bids, we'll say we are requesting $20,000 for XYZ excavation. Attached to our supporting documents is a draft bid from them that explains what the services they'll be doing and shows that right now they're asking for $20,000 to complete this work, and so on and so forth. Question 5C, we have two versions of this, and this will address both elements of match. So describe each budget line item you entered under cash match, include the source of funding being used for this as cash match. Because cash match isn't required, we also then have the in-kind labor contributions as 5C as well. So if there isn't a cash match in the project budget, there will be no negative consequences for that. It would just then roll over to looking at 5C when it comes to describe the budget line items you entered under in-kind labor and contributions. And so if there's elements of cash and in-kind, this will all fall under 5C. If it's only cash and no in-kind, then they'll be able to describe that in one section versus the other. And this is just another opportunity for the applicant to describe where the match is coming from and for us to take that into scoring consideration. And lastly, this is not a scored question. There's no points associated with 5E, but we're asking, if selected, would you accept partial funding? And then we're going the extra mile to say, if so, how would you adjust your project budget based on priorities? And this, again, is to make our jobs as a group easier in project scoring and review when it does come down to that general pool, and we are starting to get to the bottom of what we have available to disperse, and we're starting to consider more partial funding for projects, and this will allow projects to identify where their priorities lie in terms of what gets funded, and then allow us to use that to inform our decision making. So that's section 5 with the project budget and the financials, and so I'll open it up for comments and questions. Ginny, I see your hands up.
Yeah, just a quick question. How often do you get, under 5C, how often do you get labor as a match and it's not volunteer? It's actually like, well, I guess it's all volunteer. I was just thinking, a contractor might say, this is what I would normally charge. It's not, I don't know. I don't think of that as volunteer, but I guess it technically is.
Mm-hmm. I don't know the frequency in which we see it, but I think we do see donated materials and labor, and those come in as in-kind labor or contributions. And so I don't know the frequency in which we see it, but I think this is an opportunity for them to say that a community organization or a local contractor is actually donating these services free of charge, and that'll count as their match. And here's just an opportunity for them to tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with it. I was just thinking that word volunteer might throw them off, but it's fine. It's just a minor thing.
If using volunteer labor as match, please include calculation. Oh, I see. There's volunteers mentioned twice in the question. So maybe we could reduce. So please include calculation of volunteer labor or in-kind contractor work being used as contribution. And then potentially I could just say, if using labor as match, please, and get rid of that second volunteer to reduce the redundancies.
I want to say like unpaid labor or something, because often people get confused between when labor is considered cash match versus in-kind match. Because if it's their staff and they're paying their staff,
right?
It's
cash match. Yeah.
Cash match. If they're paying their staff.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it. That was my concern. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah, we'll fix that language and make it clear. Any other questions or comments on section 5 here? Okay, great. We have 2 sections here. The next section is section 6, where we'll get information on the environmental analysis. And there's only one question here for scoring, and that is, does the project provide a benefit to the natural environment or habitat through the mitigation of negative impacts? If yes, please describe in detail. If no, please provide an explanation. This was a question that was wrapped into that trail sustainability category or section last year. And so as a way to just move this into its own section, we provided this as an opportunity for folks to talk about the environmental benefits of this project and how it does mitigate negative impacts to the environment. And so it's an opportunity for folks to describe that in detail. And if not, and if it's a routine maintenance project that they don't think has huge environmental benefits, they can also kind of explain that and justify, what the elements of the project are and why they're still important. But if they don't come up with information or explanation as to what the habitat protection or just mitigation impacts are, we're going to ask them to just explain that and take that into consideration. And then the section will ask folks to select from the following categories. Is this an existing trail project? And if so, we'll prompt them to provide any information we need on that. And, for that's a routine impact review. Those are the ongoing maintenance projects. That's something down the road that we're going to try and work for within the programmatic review to get a categorical exclusion for existing trail maintenance projects. Right now, we're not fully there, but this is a way for us to take the next step and gear ourselves towards that. And then the other 2 sections are, is this a new path project? A new path or trail project. So I'll include that language there to say new trail/path project. And then based on that, we'll be prompting them to fill out a certain form that'll be updated, but similar from last year's. And then lastly, if it's a new development project at a trailhead or trailside facilities, we'll have a specific form for folks to provide information on that, which will help, again, have us, categorize these projects in a little more of a systematic manner. And then it'll also allow us to request the necessary information from applicants to then go forward and do our environmental review and make sure that we're in compliance with MEPA and everything that needs to be done there. So that's section 6, and we'll open it up for comments. Yes, Bob.
This is a question, Tom, and I almost hate to bring it up, but have you been challenged through your scoping process? And that's how you satisfy your MEPA requirements at this point, the agency. Have you been challenged at all on any of the, I'll say, grooming or maintenance projects on federal lands concerning NEPA compliance?
No, we haven't been challenged. Last year, we provided, in the public comment period, we provided an attachment to our environmental analysis review paperwork of each project. So that information was available publicly just upon clicking. And we haven't received any challenges. And so right now we're just making process improvements, but we haven't been challenged or no further requests or complaints have been put forward for any project up until this point. And so just as we internally improve our process, we're putting ourselves in a good position. But up until this point, no, we haven't been directly challenged.
Well, this is what I referred to earlier about a question I had, because then I looked under supporting documentation, and you may have already explained that when you talked about documentation you'll be developing. But I would presume that under supporting documentation, if there is NEPA or MEPA compliance already done, that would probably be something you'd want.
Yes, and we'll be able to prompt folks to provide that if there's already some sort of approval or plan in place that addresses that, whether I guess specifically on federal land.
Just briefly, Bob, and the committee as a whole, as an agency, we've brought on a new MEPA coordinator who's been helping us improve all of our MEPA processes agency-wide. His name is Eric Merchant, and he's been working with Tom Lang and also our OHB and other grant programs very closely. And I have deeply appreciated the expertise he brings to this, just to make sure that we're accurately capturing the information that we need to capture and reporting it and reviewing it correctly. So just want to give a shout out to Eric Merchant as an unsung MEPA hero, as we as an agency as a whole work to improve all of our MEPA processes.
Great. So any other questions on section 6? Doesn't look like it. So yeah, moving to the final section here is section 7, supporting documentation and signature. So this is just the closeout. We're asking folks to provide any additional contractor bids or estimates. This would be in support of the project budget, any additional letters of support, partnership agreements. And then we ask folks, is your organization applying for the 2024 RTP cycle? Last year, we didn't have this question, and so Stephanie and I had to kind of compare lists. And so in an effort to just make this process easier and to understand who is going to apply to both TSP and RTP for the cycle, we're just asking folks to click yes or no, and that'll allow us to just better understand kind of the outlay of applicants and just have a checkbox rather than having to put spreadsheets side by side. This is just going to make it a little bit more formal. And the last thing they'll do is sign and approve the application. So any thoughts on section 7 before we review the scoring rubric? Seems pretty clear cut.
Bob's got his hand. Is that an artifact?
I think it's still there. Bob, is that hand up just from last time, or? Take that as a yes. All right, moving on to the draft scoring rubric. So this obviously follows the same outline as the application and flow. So section 1, again, this is mostly just informational, descriptive statistics, if you will. It'll just help us categorize what the project is and where things fall. That being said, this is question 2 and 3 here. Oh no, I'm sorry, question 1 and 2. This is really where we want to determine whether these would actually be scored as points. And the way it would really go is if there's a check in the yes box for either one, it would accumulate to just one additional point. And it, at this point, is a bonus point because it's a no is not a knock against anybody. It's just they're simply just claiming that their project doesn't address ADA access or address solid and human waste issues. So based on what we talked about before the break, it seems like folks are in support of this, these funding priorities being established as focus areas to start. So really, I guess what I'm looking for here is how we would operationalize that is just associate 1 point with a check in the yes boxes for question 1 and 2. And then right now, I just want to open it up to folks to say, does that make sense to folks? Are we comfortable with instituting that in this cycle?
I'm good.
Great.
Yes.
Madeline?
Yes, me too. Although I do not, does the solid human waste issue get an extra point, or is it just 1 point for the 2 yeses?
1 point a question. So 1 point for ADA, 1 point for waste. So 2 points total across 2 questions.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm not quite in agreement with 2, but it's not a solid enough objection that I think we should talk about it. I just go with the flow for once.
Okay. Anybody else? Alice?
I guess my question is, if something isn't obvious, yes or no, for whatever reason, does it not get a point?
So you say that again?
I guess if it's not an obvious yes or no, does it just not get a point? I mean, is it one way or the other? If it's not addressed in the application, does it just have neither?
I guess
I'm not asking the question right, and I'm okay with all the way it looks. I think it's great the way it is.
Okay, well, here's one thing you prompted me to think. So if someone does check yes for ADA access, but then we look at the project implementation plan and there actually aren't any elements of a universal trail, or there aren't any features of removing physical barriers that align, we would then be able to go back and say, well, they said yes, but we actually don't see elements of addressing ADA access in the project, and we could correct that scoring just based on lack of evidence to support a yes box. And so I guess a check box in the yes for either of these categories we would still want to go and make sure and confirm that that is true to be the case. And so we would still have an opportunity to determine whether the points are allowable based off of proof within the implementation plan.
Okay, I'm good. Yep, I get it.
Anyone else before we move on? Okay, great. So it looks like we're all in agreement to just add those as focus points, focus areas for this year, with each of those having 1 additional point if the project demonstrates that they are addressing one or both of those issues. Okay, getting to the rubric and kind of how it's been changed here, section 2. Last year we had a 5-point scale, so we've removed that and reduced it now to just a 4-point scale for simplicity. And we just have 0 as not a sufficient description, and that's up to the reviewer's discretion. We've also kind of, one thing that I've done in the rubric this year to simplify is, I know last year we had specific quantifiable examples, such as, yes, this connects 3 or more trail linkages, or yes, this references 4 or more plans. So what I've done and what I've worked into this rubric is to remove those specific numbers to allow a little bit more flexibility of reviewer interpretation, to say we still right now have like these objective measures, but they're not too aligned with quantities of plans or quantities of trails. And so for project location, a 4 would be up to everyone's discretion, that says, okay, this gets a 4 because the proposed project location, its physical traits, and the supporting information are described exceptionally well. And so that's up to the reviewer's discretion of what is exceptionally well. And if it's there and you like it, but it's not quite a 4, a 3 then prompts folks that says the proposed project location and its physical traits and supporting information are well described. And really, when we come to review, it would be the opportunity of an individual to score, to say, well, I reviewed this and gave it a 4 because these are the elements of the question that I believe are described exceptionally well, versus just described well. And then a 2 would be adequately described, and then a 1 are poorly described, and a 0 would essentially be a non-answer with not significant information. But the goal here is to not tie us down to certain quantities of things, but make it clear that when you do score something a 4, the reviewer then has the opportunity to explain what was exceptional about this. So how do folks just feel on the update of the scale and just the update of the language within the rubric, prompting you as reviewers to come to a decision? Bob, I see your hands up.
Sorry about that. Wasn't intended.
Okay, great. Well, then it sounds like folks are good with the project location section. So moving to benefits, and benefits is a section where you'll see how the change to the rubric doesn't put such stringent requirements on us to start looking for check boxes. It would be for question 3A, the recreational benefits of this project are described exceptionally well for a 4, are described well for a 3, are adequately described for a 2, and are poorly described for a 1. Question 3B, partnership roles and benefits are described exceptionally well. That's for a 4, for a 3, well described, adequately, poorly described. So the theme really is moving into a 4 is exceptional, a 3 is well done, a 2 is adequate, and a 1 is poorly described or done and has a lot of room for improvement. So then finally in this section 3C, community economic developments again are described exceptionally well, so on and so forth, all the way down to poorly described. So I'll just open it up for any comments or questions for section 3 and how these changes might impact your review. Yes, Ginny.
So to me, describe it, I don't know, it would be nice to us also say they not only described it, but that it met the goal of the they're not just describing the benefit or the partnership, they're actually showing that they are meeting, they're exceptional in where they are at in meeting the goals of the grant.
So demonstrating, described and or demonstrates?
Yeah, I mean, some people could describe it really well, but they only have one benefit. So to me, describe doesn't really get us to what we are trying to get them to do, is just to show that they have diversified their partnerships. They are providing a lot of community benefit or economic benefit. So I'm not sure quite how to do it, but to me, describe just doesn't hit it. It's part of it, but it's not the whole thing.
Would it make sense just to add, so for example, 3A, a 4, the recreational benefits of this project are described / demonstrated exceptionally well? Does that hit at kind of what you're
Yeah,
talking
I think so. That helps it a lot. Yeah.
Okay, so just adding that language to this is something that we can do that then gives flexibility. If it's not a description per se, it's a clear demonstration that they've met these goals and have this in mind. Madeline, I see your hands up.
Yeah, and demonstrated as in documented, or how do I have to see that demonstrated?
I would ask Jenny.
So describe only is like language, whereas demonstrated is actually giving you stats or providing actual examples of the benefits.
So documentation. I'm falling on the word demonstrated, because for me that is a physical activity. So I'm wondering, can they do the demonstrating by documentation, or how do they do the demonstrating?
Yeah, I think for the purpose of how we want to look at it, I think a demonstration would be providing supporting documentation. So they're demonstrating through that documentation, and the demonstration.
So should it not be then described or documented?
We could do that.
Or
Yeah.
slash documented?
The recreational benefits of this project are described / documented exceptionally well.
Or and documented exceptionally well, because if you do / come to think of it, it gives an either or option.
Yes, so it sounds like really we just want to replace demonstration. We want to use the phrase documentation to replace demonstration. So we're gonna, does that sound about right?
To me, it sounds, it should read the recreational benefits of this project are described and documented exceptionally well. But I'm fine with demonstrated now that I know what it means. But for me, the word demonstration was not clear enough. Sorry, I am a grammar picker.
No, it's fine, but I think we'll keep it either or, so there's that flexibility from the reviewer standpoint.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, great. Moving on to project implementation.
Before you go there, Tom.
Yep.
Section 3, just want to check if anybody else has other comments on section 3, because section 3 seems like a place to me to have the follow-up conversation on human waste and how those kind of projects are considered by an application beyond potentially just the checkbox with the 1 point to start. Is that the natural place to have more conversation on that? Because I think there was some interest in having more conversation on that.
Yeah, I think, so question 3A, what are the recreational benefits? The question for question 3 is describe the intended recreational benefits of this project. Benefits may include improved safety, visitor experience. Visitor experience would be a way to address human or solid waste, to say this will improve visitor experience. Trail sustainability is an opportunity to then address the waste issue in this question. And then I think the other area for the human and solid waste where folks can really score points would be section 6. The environmental analysis to mitigating negative impacts to the environment. But yeah.
To me, it might be worth spelling out human waste in 3A, just for folks who might not be as savvy grant writers.
Yeah. So benefits may include improved safety, reduction of waste, visitor experience, caring pets. So
something, yeah, just somewhere in there. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts they care to include with that.
Mitigation of waste. All right. Any other thoughts on section 3 project benefits? Okay, moving on to section 4. Yeah, question 4A, and here's where you can see that change that was made. I think in the past, a 4-point answer for question 4A would say 3 or more plans are cited and described. And so here we just keep it as a plan, whether it's singular or plural, are cited and exceptionally describe how the project meets defined goals or strategies. So if it's just one plan, but it's very clear that this project aligns with the goal or strategy and implementing this project is going to address that. Here's an opportunity to say, well, we're not asking people to just go ahead and start citing 7 or 8 different plans. We want to make sure that what they're citing aligns with that goal and that this project can be demonstrated to directly address and achieve those goals or those strategies. And so again, we stick with the exceptional, and then we move into our clearly described. We then move into a 2, which would say plans are cited but do not describe goals or strategies. And a 1 would be no plans or strategies or cited. And so we're just trying to move away from locking us into a number of cited plans and move it more into, well, is the plan cited? Is it relevant? And then does this project link up and hitch its wagon to those goals and strategies? And is that articulated clearly? Or is it a little fuzzy, kind of how this project aligns with the plans and strategies that are cited? And I think, what we did in the question was we directed people to SCORP, the State Outdoor Comprehensive Recreation Plan, because that's low-hanging fruit for this question. There's an opportunity for every project to find that document, and from the program's benefit is to become more familiar with that document and see what the goals are, and then find where their project falls into that and cite that. So question 4B, we move into project tasks are clearly defined and provide an excellent breakdown of how the project needs to operate within a timeline. A 3 would be project tasks are well defined and provide a clear breakdown of how the project needs to operate within a timeline. 2 would be adequately defined, and 1 would be poorly defined. So that's the implementation timeline and tasks associated with the project. 4C is relating to the workforce question. So a 4 would say the work is associated with a highly skilled workers groups and qualifications match. A 3 would be the work is associated with specific workers and groups and qualifications match. 2 would be the work is associated with specific workers and group and most qualification match proposed work. And then a 1 would be qualifications are unclear. And to us as review, that's really signaling, do we have confidence that this project can be carried out based on the qualifications of this workforce? We have the opportunity to put full support and confidence in that. But if we don't have enough information, this rubric will allow us to then start realizing, well, actually, I don't know if this workforce aligns with the project goals and what's needed to carry out this. And that's something that we need to take into consideration when considering funding. And then so lastly, question 4D, this goes to the ongoing maintenance needs. So the ongoing maintenance needs are well documented and a plan to sustain project goals are mentioned. The ongoing maintenance needs are adequately documented and a plan to sustain project goals are mentioned. A 2 would be the ongoing maintenance needs are well documented, but a plan to sustain project gains is not mentioned. So they're saying, hey, in the future where we need this, this will need to happen, but they don't demonstrate any things that's going to be put in place to actually carry that out. It's kind of a unique scenario. And then finally, a 1 would be the ongoing maintenance needs are poorly described. Okay, so I'll add the word are in there. So that's section 4, questions and comments. Madeline, I see your hands up.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but so under 4C, the work is associated with highly skilled workers groups and qualifications match. So that means that if they would use just volunteers, that they would have to describe the highly skilled volunteers, explain why they are highly skilled one by one in order to qualify for 4 points.
And that's up to the discretion of the reviewer. So for example, if it is a volunteer workforce, but they describe that one of the volunteers is a retired road builder with an active CDL and 30 years of experience of XYZ, we can then determine that they're highly skilled even though they're a volunteer. And so this allows applicants to say, are they able to paint the picture that, despite maybe the perception of a volunteer crew, this is a highly skilled crew by the way they describe it, versus, just seeing, oh, it's an established trail crew. But also then that does allow projects that do have a well-seasoned trail crew to say this group has been doing trail maintenance and trail building for 15 years together in this landscape. And then we can also see that that's a highly skilled group as well. So it can go both ways to an applicant's advantage.
So in the application form, is it indicated that it would be a good idea for them to detail the if they use only a volunteer? I'm only talking about a volunteer group now. To detail the skills of their volunteers?
Yeah, so the question 4C reads, list the individuals who will carry out the work identified in the proposed project and their qualifications for the work they will be doing.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I had overlooked that. Okay, thanks.
Yes. Any other thoughts on section 4? Okay, and we're a little behind time. It's 12:03, so I want to get us off to lunch because we do have public comment at 12:30, and we're going to hold on that. So section 5 is the project budget. So 5A is looking at the summary table, and we're saying that it's detailed, realistic, and has supporting documentation with a match. And that goes down the line for 3, a 2, and a 1. Then we go into 5B, which is the budget narrative, and that's the budget narrative describing the requested funds, explaining TSP requested line items in 5A, which is just the project budget table. And so a 4 would say the budget narrative exceptionally describes how money requested will be spent and dispersed. And then a 3 would be the budget narrative clearly describes how money will be requested and spent and dispersed. And 2 would be adequate, and then a 1 would be poor. Then we move to 5C, and yes, this addresses whether it's cash or in kind. So the cash match and in kind narrative exceptionally describes. A 3 would be the cash match and in kind narrative clearly describes. 2 adequate, 1 poor. So from a review standpoint, 5B and 5C are new scoring elements for us to consider. And I think the addition of this was to address some of the conversations we had back in March to say, well, right now we're only scoring the budget itself, and we're taking the narrative into consideration, but it isn't formally addressed in the rubric. And so here's where we formally address that follow-up, for where folks are going to be describing in detail what they're requesting and making the case. So how do folks feel about section 5? I will interpret silence as approval, and we'll move to the last section.
Real quick, Tom, in 5B, I think that the term disrupted is supposed to be distributed through those boxes.
Requested and disrupted.
And
yes. So we'll make that edit to distributed, not disrupted. Uh, Disrupting funds. Great. And then section 6, this is that environmental analysis section. And this is an area for folks to explain, you know, a 4 would say the project will provide a major benefit or mitigation of impact to natural resources and is well described and supported. So a 4 would say not only is it described well, but then it's properly referenced and cited, so it's not just an anecdote. There's actually supporting documentation that says once these actions are done at a trailhead or at a trail, it has been proven through research and observation that negative impacts to the environment are proven to result. And a 3 would be the project will provide some benefit or mitigation impact to natural resources and is well described and supported. So really we're looking for a good description of what these negative impacts, the mitigation of these negative impacts will be, and then also supporting evidence that comes to provide a reference that says, you know, it's not just anecdotal. There's some empirical evidence to show that that negative impacts will be reduced. And that's the scoring rubric. So if there aren't any questions, I think we can break for lunch. I think we'll come back right at 12:30 to put together and open it up for public comment for anyone in the public who's interested in doing that. And then I'll just encourage, if anybody has any thoughts that come to them about this, feel free to put them in writing and email them over to me. Because once we come back from lunch, we're going to have public comment and then focus specifically on RTP. So any TSP thoughts that come up, let's keep on task with RTP review after lunch. And so any TSP tasks or thoughts that come up, just please email. And if that works, we'll go on break and come back at 12:30 p.m. to open it up for public comment. Okay, great. We will see you at 12:30. Enjoy your lunch. All right, folks, welcome back from lunch. It is 12:30 p.m. And at this time, we want to open the meeting to any members of the public who would like to provide public comment at this time. I am not seeing or hearing folks. I'm going to quickly stop share to see if any of the attendees that are present have public comment.
Ask them to raise their hands.
I don't see any hands raised. Keep it open for just a little bit longer here to keep the window open, but it does not seem like at this time anybody is putting forth public comment.
Well, hi.
Oh, hi.
We just got to public comment. If you have public comment you want to make.
On what meeting am I in?
This is staff.
This is staff.
And then we're
State
gonna-
Trail Advisory.
Yeah, we're gonna go over to OVAC in a minute.
Oh,
For those online, we have a member who just joined in the room.
well, member will always be not staff.
A member of the public.
Member of the public. That's what I'm here for. So before I make public comment, did you revise the criteria?
We haven't made any formal decisions, but there was a lot of discussion this morning
Okay.
about, and we could catch you up on that if you want. But roughly, there was support, and again, no final decisions have been made yet, but there was support for having a $100,000 project cap, with some caveats around that. Some more nuanced discussion, allowing for an extra scoring point for a project that dealt with ADA components or human waste. And then there was discussion about really using a 30-30-40. So 30% reserved for motorized, 30% reserved for non-motorized, and then have flexibility for the rest based on the scoring. And the committee's discussion was that there was comfort expressed that 30% bucket for motorized projects be filled with fully motorized projects first. And then if there's room still for a project that serves, some percentage of non-motorized as well to be used in that bucket, but starting with the fully motorized first. Tom, did I actually accurately capture that?
Yes, so those are some of the proposed updates to the Trail Stewardship Program.
Okay.
And then we got into details on the guidelines and the application and the scoring rubric.
Okay, my only comment would be that
And would you identify yourself for the record?
Kerry White, I'm with Citizens for Balanced Use. I'm also on the OHV Advisory Committee appointed by the governor, which meetings this afternoon. So, and I apologize for being late. I was over at the Capitol. Last year, from what I heard from both committees, were that the grant applications that were presented to the committee were pretty much not all the applications that were received, but the ones that FWP forwarded to the committee. I would like to see all the applications, whether they meet the criteria, whether they're incomplete. I'd like to see the groups and organizations that are out there that are applying for funds. I would just like to see the full range of applications that come to the department.
Great.
Thanks for the comments.
So we'll go back online with public comment. Is anybody online? The window's still open if there are any attendees to the webinar that want to provide public comment at this window. It doesn't look like anyone new has joined in the attendees group. And so I think with that, we will close public comment at this time after receiving one here from Carrie White. So thank you for that. And I think just to review, we're going to move over and start addressing the RTP changes. And then just to quickly address kind of what I mentioned right before we cut for lunch. I'm actually going to discourage anybody from emailing separately any suggestions. We're going to have another window at the end of this meeting here today, our final meeting. We're going to close. We're going to establish, we're going to go over just the timelines for both cycles coming up here in 2024, just so we all have those dates. We are going to establish a date that we all can meet in person for 2 days in the spring to review and score. And we'll also have an opportunity for any additional comments about what we've covered today. And that's in an effort to just keep all the correspondence in this forum so that any suggestions that are and comments that are recommended and put forth by STAC, that the whole group can hear those, and that also the public has the opportunity to hear those as well. So please disregard my comment earlier about emailing any suggestions afterwards. Let's keep this as an open forum. And if you do have any trail stewardship comments, there'll be a final window at the end of the meeting from 2:10 to 3 p.m. to address that. And so with that, I'm going to hand things over to Stephanie Clement to talk to you about the recreational trails program for this upcoming cycle.
Okay. So now moving on to the recreational trails program. What did I do? Oh, okay. For part of my sort of review of our application and whatnot, I'll try and be a little bit abbreviated in some of the sections just because there are still so much overlap with TSP that I don't want to sound like too broken of a record, but I will still go through each section and open it up for comment and feedback and whatnot. To start this section, just to kind of get us in the mindset of RTP, which does have some different variables and requirements attached to the program, I do have a couple slides just recapping what RTP is specifically about or some of the specific requirements underneath the program, just so we're in the right mindset and we can transition from TSP to RTP. Really quick, I have just a short breakdown here over the last few years with the program. About each year, we put out about 1.5 million or a little bit more. This number can greatly vary year to year depending on a number of variables, what our allocation is from federal highways each year, how much authority we have each year, and how many projects from previous year were closed with remaining dollars that we can then deobligate and reobligate to new future projects. So this number will fluctuate year to year as that total. The totals you see, we've spent out all the money each year, or we've been able to give out the full amounts. And then I just have a quick non-motorized, motorized, diversified, how those categories filled up year to year. So you can kind of see, for the most part, there is some fluctuation, but they stay fairly stable overall year to year. And then I do just have this quick breakdown too, just for your interest, if you're interested, on how they break down by these different categories: new construction, maintenance projects, maintenance and grooming projects, mostly, of course, snow-related recreation, mixed projects, which is a little bit of construction and a little bit of maintenance. Equipment, you can kind of see we've basically funded one piece of equipment per year. A lot of that probably due to the Build America, Buy America restrictions that we've had in the past sort of deters some of that, but we've funded at least one of those every year. And the education, it should say education and safety. Those are primarily the avalanche centers that are funded through that education category. So quick summary, just to get us in the mindset. The RTP program is funded through the Federal Highway Trust Fund. And so that comes to us, it's actually through DOT, but we work primarily with federal highways on the program. Like I mentioned, about 1.5 available annually. Our current max request is set at 100,000 with a max requirement of 20%. And that's of the total project cost. I get this question a lot. If your total project for you to do the project is 500,000, then that's the number that you base your 20% off, not just the RTP request. So I'm thinking of ways to better represent that in training in the future, because we get that one a lot. Federal applicants have to provide a 5% non-federal match piece. Something that we've allowed is folks to use TSP money as match for RTP projects. But the caveat there is that the TSP grant has to already have been accepted prior to the RTP application. So there's been maybe one or two other projects that we have seen where they already had a TSP project in place, and maybe as like a phased piece of their project or something, they were able to use that as match to an upcoming RTP project. So that's just a side note. And then of course we have the 30-40-30 allocation requirement, and 5% of our funds can go towards educational safety programming. So that's just a quick summary there. Eligible applicants, pretty much anyone can apply with the exception of, individuals. We have this SAM requirement in place for that. And then eligible funding areas, maintenance, restoration, construction or maintenance equipment, trail signage, publication, educational programs, rehabilitation and development of trail side and trailhead facilities, construction of new trails, corridors, and trailhead weed management. We don't get a lot of weed management projects, but that is an eligible project underneath RTP. Bob, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Just to clarify, you said that the TSP grants could be used as a match for RTP.
Yes.
I presume that's the same for snowmobile grants and OHV grants also, is it not?
Yeah, I do believe so. Yeah, okay. I think I have seen that. It just has to already have been approved before they apply to RTP. So there's a little bit of a staggering game to play.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay. And then just really quick primary differences between RTP and TSP. Of course, RTP is federally funded, whereas TSP is state funded. The next one I have, based on this morning's conversation, is kind of a, does it matter anymore? We were 100 max requests and TSP was 75, but if TSP is moving towards being 100 K max requests, then that will not be a difference anymore. We do require more match than TSP. And another difference is how we manage kind of that admin or overhead indirect cost piece. For RTP, we have a 10% IDC allowable up to $2,500, whereas under TSP, they have the 7% admin allowable. So there's just differences on how that's managed. And then under RTP, we allow for the purchase of equipment, and we allow for education, and again, that should say education and safety projects, as opposed to TSP. The biggest changes here, number one, coming down from the director's office, acquisitions by third parties are no longer eligible under RTP. So anyone wanting to acquire land, corridors, easements, etc., those are no longer being accepted underneath RTP for Montana, just as a side note. But in better news, we recently did get a waiver through federal highways on the Build America, Buy America requirement. So any project with a total cost of $500,000 or less no longer needs to comply with Build America, Buy America for iron, steel, or construction materials. This is really great news, especially I think for the grooming activities, snowmobilers and cross-country skiers, those groups who have been maybe wanting to use RTP funding to get a new groomer or pieces of equipment, snowmobiles, etc. Before it was so hard to do because there was maybe one manufacturer who would comply with that requirement. But now that that's gone, folks can use this money to buy just about anything they want. So I think that's really exciting. I've already had a couple different groups reach out to me about their interest in applying this coming cycle for equipment. So honestly, I'm hoping to see some good applications from the snow recreation groups on that, because I think it will be very beneficial for different areas of the state. The downside, or just as a side note, is that anything that's currently active, anything that was obligated prior to August 18th, still has to comply with all those requirements. So anything from the 2023 cycle are still required to comply with the Build America, Buy America requirement. But anything moving forward, at least for the next year, will not have to comply. This will be reviewed annually. So every year it's kind of in danger of going away again. But for now, we have a good opportunity to, maybe get some good projects out of this. Bob?
Definitely, that's great news for RTP. My question boils over to the Trail Stewardship Program. Does Buy America, Build America have any impact on trail stewardship, and is there any state law that might apply to the Trail Stewardship Program along these lines?
No, Buy America, Build America is not referenced in trail stewardship. And then when it comes to procurement requirements, trail stewardship doesn't have any set in stone procurement requirements. We, for projects of $25,000 or more, we recommend they use the state procurement approach of soliciting 3 bids for contract, but it's not required. And so nothing is written in terms of procurement requirements for trail stewardship.
That's all good news. Thank you.
Cool. So that's all I have as far as programmatic updates. Are there any other comments or questions before we move on to the application? Cool. I don't want to mess this up. Before we move to the media. I don't know why, but just another person's computer. Scary stuff. Cool. Okay. So up on the screen now, you should see the draft outline of the RTP application. And just like with Tom's TSP application that you were looking at, this is just a general Word doc outline. These questions and everything will get put into WebGrants, and folks will use that formatting and tool for their application. But this is just what's the easiest way to show you guys what we're thinking for the application and to make edits on. So this first section is fairly obvious, and we can skip through most of us. Applicant information, organization information, the SAM requirement, that's a requirement for all of our federal programs that has to be active at the time of or before an awardee is awarded. So we have that question in there to ensure that if they're not already active, that they're thinking to make sure that they are active by the time they would get an award from us. Risk assessment, that's another thing that's just a federal requirement of all of any sub-recipient. It's just about a 2-page list of yes or no questions that the subrecipient responds to. And there is some eligibility tied to the risk assessment. I think, well, we'll get to the eligibility review later on, but that will tie in later. Grant history, this is just kind of information gathering. There's no scoring tied to any of this stuff in the upper section. Just wanting to know the grant history with RTP or TSP, if they currently have active grants. If so, how many? That's just kind of a question that's come up out of my office, wanting to have that data on, do they currently have an open agreement with RTP? How many are they planning to be closed within the next 12 months, et cetera? And like Tom's application had, are they planning to apply for a 2024 TSP grant? So again, there's nothing really being scored there. It's more data point gathering and just background information for us to be aware of when we're going through all the applications. A couple other, well, I'll stop there for a second. Any questions on that very general portion? Cool. Again, more unscored sections, project overview, project location, and other considerations. This has been the same over the last number of application iterations. The basic stuff, titles, brief descriptions, primary intent of the project. This one, typically in the past, at least with RTP, instead of asking, are you motorized, not motorized, or diversified, because there's a lot of confusion around what that diversified category means. We've just asked them to say, what's the primary intent of the project? So then there's a drop down. It could be snowmobiling, Nordic skiing, hiking, walking, wheelchair access, et cetera, et cetera. And then of course, this note here that federally e-bikes are considered motorized under the program. So if you are allowing e-bikes on an identified piece of trail, it has to be considered either motorized or diversified. Most of those fall underneath diversified, but that's just a side note. I'm getting a question from Christy.
Yeah, thank you. I just going back to the applicant information and organization information. Does anybody remember from last year? It seems like we had a hard time trying to remember, like figure out who was attached to who. I know they had their project identifier and then their project name, but does anybody remember what was so confusing about trying to identify which project when we were scoring?
Oh, I think because the application had like an application number.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to like list them.
On web grants.
Yeah, and I think it was because for whatever reason they were listed differently. Oh, in web grants, when they were looking at web grants, it was listed differently than our printout versions because we had them like alphabetical probably.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that might just take some thought as we get closer to the review on how we can be best display that information on your printout so that we're not like having to read those out. And maybe it's just as simple as like, we don't put them alphabetically because Web Grants is not distributing them alphabetically.
Right.
Thank you.
So we can go down the list instead of having to hop around.
Yeah.
Okay. Good note. Okay. Whoops. Okay, I was talking about e-bikes. So, and I know that can be confusing, but like I mentioned, at this time under RTP federally, e-bikes are considered a motorized use. So that's where the program stands at this time. And then what other trail uses will benefit from the project. And that also helps us evaluate if it's a truly motorized project, a truly non-motorized, a truly diversified, et cetera, project. Oops, I keep doing that. Project location, all of your pretty standard points. And then other considerations include like the railroad and utility companies, just checking in to see if we need additional documentation to show that they're in compliance with those folks, the same you saw on the TSP application. Any other questions on this page? Okay. Okay, project plan. So as you can kind of see, I have like how many points each section's worth, and then we'll go through the rubric. This is just kind of context. Some of this, like I said, is going to be very similar to TSP, so I'll try not to be too much of a broken record. First question, describing in detail the proposed activities and traits of the project. A lot of these questions you'll see, they're pretty much the same as they were last year, but we added some more details or context or information to better guide the applicant when they're filling it out. So really all we did here was just add a couple extra, details in here to help them respond to the question fully. Question B here, this is a new question. Similarly to how TSP wanted to add some priority pieces to their application, RTP wanted to do the same. The only difference here is that we decided to specifically pull from the existing SCORP, since there is supposed to be some tie between RTP and the SCORP. So what we did is we just pulled 4 of what we felt were the most relevant goals of the existing SCORP and put them into this question here. So number 1, projects that create or maintain multi-use trails that connect neighboring communities. Projects taking place within rural, economically disadvantaged or underserved communities. Improve, maintain, or develop ADA trail systems. And projects that showcase and protect native heritages, cultures, and historic sites. And the scoring is somewhat similar. What we have is, this is a 0 to 2 point question. You get 1 point if you check mark one of those boxes, and you can get 2 points if you select 2 or more. So we wanted it to keep it in that 2 point range so that it's not hyper weighted in the application. So that's how we've decided to do that. Again, the thought process just being that RTP should be closely tied to the SCORP. So as we develop a new SCORP in the future, these will change, but this is what we have currently existing. So I'll pause right there just to see if there's any questions, since this is a new question and new scoring technique in this application. Any questions? Okay. The next question, this was about, does your project meet a goal or implement a strategy described within a local, regional, federal plan or strategy? This was in there last time. The only difference is we've added more specification or examples of where those plans can be cited or what kind of plans they might be looking for. Because that was probably, this question probably confused people the most because they weren't really sure what they were looking for. So we just tried to clarify it a little bit more. Another question that is pretty standard with the TSP and past applications, listing individuals who carry out work identifying the project and their qualifications. In this question, we've also added to include any local or regional partners that have engaged in your project and how they've been involved throughout. And that's just kind of wanting to highlight folks who are working with their neighbors in on regional projects. And then of course, this piece about asking if you're going to be working with like an MCC local trail youth crew. This piece is not scored. It's just asking a yes or no question. If they answer yes, they just have to upload a letter of commitment. But that's not a scored piece. That's just a general information gathering piece. Questions on the project plan? Okay. I should also note that as I was listening to Tom's review of his application, I definitely took down some notes that you guys mentioned about it. about the TSP application. I think there's some things that are pretty relevant to RTP2, so I'll probably incorporate a few of those little tweaks here and there, especially just little things about like language or whatnot. So I'll be sure to incorporate that across. The next section, project implementation. This is a pretty straightforward question. Describe the estimated project timeline and associate tasks and milestones. Again, we just added some clarification, asking them to be as specific as they can with major dates, months, years, and including administrative or procurement tasks. Any questions on that one? That one's a short piece. Okay, we're gonna fly through this. So excited. Recreational benefit. Describe who the identified user groups are and any relevant user data. What are the intended recreational benefits of the trail users? Benefits may include improved safety experience, capacity, trail resiliency, connectivity, etc. So this question in particular, we just wanted to kind of expand the possibilities on how that can be answered before it felt a little tight and maybe a little confusing. So just adding more descriptors of how you could potentially respond to that question was added. And then this question B here, this was here in the past, describe the ways in which project facilitates the access and use of trails by persons with disabilities, older citizens, economically disadvantaged, and other non-traditional populations or groups. This is also a good question to help if they did mark one of those boxes in the SCORP question. This is where they can kind of back up that response, because I think, like you mentioned in TSP, if they mark a box, you're still looking for like qualifiers to make sure that that's actually happening. And that will be, I think this will be an important question for them to really showcase that, yes, that's, a true statement. This is how they're going to meet that SCORP goal, or one of the SCORP goals. Questions on recreational benefit? Okay. So next one, trail sustainability. There's 3 questions here. Based on conversations that were had at the last fall meeting, there was there's 3 questions here, maybe just taking the top 2 scores from this section. And I implemented that last year. It seemed to work pretty good. And at this time, I'm still implementing it right now into this year. So we can, we'll go through these questions and we can see if that still makes sense or if folks are kind of feeling like that needs to be changed or not. But the first question is about maintenance of connections or linkages to other trails, greenways, waterways, corridors, resources, parks, landscapes, et cetera, et cetera. So that's just, is this project providing connectivity? The next question, does the project provide a benefit or provides mitigation of impacts to the natural environment or habitat? If yes, describe in detail. If no, please provide an explanation. That's the same question that was underneath the environmental section for TSP. And then this question number C was also under TSP, was describe any specific ongoing trailer equipment maintenance needs, staffing needs, financial needs to continue successful operation of the project. So just looking at, do they have, more or less seeing if they have an OMM for, future operations, or if there's any gaps that need to be addressed for that. Questions on trail sustainability? Okay, rolling right along here. The one section that TSP does not have that RTP does have is an education and outreach question. This is in part because we do fund education and outreach projects. Describe how you will make the public aware of trail opportunities, etiquette and rules, outdoor education, user safety, or sharing the trail by publicizing and promoting the proposed trail project. So this one, there's a lot of, when we get to the review section, this one definitely is open up to a lot of reviewer kind of interpretation on how to review this one, because it changes very highly variable depending on the project. But we had this question last year. seemed to work out well. Any thoughts on this question this year? Okay. And then, whoops, I keep doing it. This last piece is just the budget piece. This is just like what you saw underneath TSP. It has the project table that they'll fill out, the summary. There is a question asking them to describe everything underneath the RTP request, describing everything underneath cash match, and describing everything underneath in-kind labor or contributions. The only thing that's in here that's not underneath TSP is this BI, this B1 question. That's if this request includes purchase of equipment as defined within the application guidance document, the cost benefit analysis required to determine if renting or leasing equipment would provide cost advantage over purchase. That is just a requirement for our federal programs that we caught that we weren't doing in the application process before. Instead, we were doing it after we awarded the project, but that seemed to be kind of counterintuitive because we already told them that they could buy it. So we decided to just include that in the application just to kind of get it out of the way so it's not another piece of paperwork to do when we're trying to do contracting. And that question is also not really scored. It's just a requirement, a federal requirement that we have to have from them. So the only thing different, and that after seeing Tom's TSP application today, I am rethinking, is that we did have the entire budget kind of reviewed as just 4 points, like the whole thing was reviewed together, as opposed to where TSP had it kind of broken up into the different sections. So I am taking that back. I'm kind of curious to see if that might even work a little bit better for our internal reviewers. Maybe I'll talk to Adam a little bit about that and if we want to incorporate that too. So it was just a point of interest for me. But any questions on the budget section? Okay. Okay, I just wanted to double check. Any questions on the application at all before we move on to the scoring rubric? Yeah, Bob?
Stephanie, this is a critical point I want to make, and that is we are still all out here listening. It's very quiet, so you're doing great.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks for validating my existence.
Stephanie, off subject, are we, obviously you've mentioned web grants. We still using that again, I take it? Any status change on new systems?
Yeah, I think we're using it for the time being. The new system is definitely underway, but at this point, it's not to where we feel comfortable migrating everything over and having to train everyone on this new system, and it's not done yet. They have like the face of like the application process done, but they don't have any of the management systems completed in the new system. So we've opted to stick with web grants until more of that is more fully developed. So when we do switch over, it's more of a full, complete system.
Yeah.
And we're more comfortable. Right now, we've had very little training on it in general too. So I think it's safe to be with, I'm going to say at least 8 months.
Yeah.
That we're going to be on web grants, but who knows at this point? It keeps changing. It's a
Yeah.
moving target.
Right now, we have approval to use web grants to December of 2024, so 14 months from now. And ideally by then we have enough resources to migrate everyone over to the new platform or keep those who are going to finish the project on by 2024 on web grants to then not have to migrate them. But we weren't here for Amplifund a few years ago, but what we've heard is we don't want to repeat that. And so once we get all the training resources, like for ourselves and internal staff, and then feel confident in being able to transfer that over to grant users or grantees, we'll begin that migration, but it might not be till next spring or summer.
Okay. Any other questions on that or anything else? Okay. I'm gonna sneeze. Or try not to. Okay. I don't know why I'm so bad at this. So now I'm gonna jump to the scoring rubric. Just for a quick review here. Well, the first thing I want to just touch on really quick is what goes into the eligibility review. This is provided in the guidance document for the application, so applicants do see all this before they apply. But eligibility review, an initial review of each application submitted will be conducted based on the eligibility rubric shown below. Failure to meet any of the criteria below will result in a mark. If an application has one or more marks in row A or two or more check marks in row B, the application will not move forward in consideration. So this is how RTP considers eligibility before it goes on to actual scoring. So in row A, which you have to meet all these criteria, the project is eligible, is an eligible use of funds, project is ready to proceed, environmental review requirements have been met, and application includes adequate landowner permission. So those are the 4 things that absolutely must be met in order for an application to move on to scoring. And then row B, if you have 1 mark in any of these in row B, that's okay, you'll still move on. But if you have 2 marks, then that would remove you from scoring. The application is complete, the match requirement has been met, includes approval of the project from the applicant's organization leadership, if a private entity, and the current applicant risk level with FWP is below high risk. So that's where, in the very beginning, we saw that you upload the risk assessment. That's where that comes in. So that does become a factor in eligibility if they are ranked as a high risk organization. Again, if it's just that and nothing else, they can still move on. But if it's that in addition to other things, then it will not move on. Any questions on eligibility review? Okay. I don't know why every time I do that. Okay. Again, the scoring rubric is very similar to TSP, so I, again, don't want to waste too much of your time going over very similar pieces. It used to be 5 to 0. We've cut out the middleman and did it 4 to 0 for simplification. I've kind of listened to some of the feedback you had on TSP regarding like use of like describe, but also using some terms like documented to maybe better, you know, encourage some additional thought through some of these questions. So I'll take that into consideration. I'll also take into consideration removing maybe some of the more very specific numbered pieces in here that we've had as remnants from last year, because I kind of like what you said, Tom, about leaving it maybe a little bit more broad and up to reviewer discretion to make that determination if it's sufficient or not. But pretty much, you know, a 4 with any of these categories, you know, is it well documented? Is it clear? You know, it falls within the goals and timelines and needs of an RTP project. And then 0 being mostly, you know, nothing was cited or described or did not fall within like the grant timeline or requirements. Things like those would put you on the low end of the scoring for most of these. I'm trying to see, I guess, specific ones to call out just because they are new projects. Plan B, again, this is in regards to the SCORP question. So you can only get up to 2 points here if you meet 2 or more of the priority areas, 1 point if you just meet 1, and then no points if you do not meet any of them. And again, that's planned so that if you don't meet a priority piece, it doesn't necessarily knock you out of the running. This just kind of helps elevate those that do meet and follow the SCORP plan. I'm kind of just scrolling through to see if there's anything really in particular that's different from TSP that you might want to have a note about. But like I said, most of these are very similar, so I don't want to waste too much time. The only other, I guess the other section, again, like we did last year from this trail sustainability piece, we only took the top 2 scores from this section. And I think part of that was because not all projects, you know, have a lot of connectability with them, but that doesn't mean they're a bad project, or especially if they're more about education and outreach, safety, trailhead facilities. Those aren't necessarily connective projects, but they are still good projects. So it still gives you areas to shine without being dragged down too far for being a different project. So I think that was the thought process behind it.
Stephanie, I particularly like that idea. I think that could be something that could be applied back on trail stewardship, where we combine a couple of those categories and say we take the top 2 out of that where something may not apply. I really applaud you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm glad it worked out. It seemed our internal scores seemed to like that piece for RTP, so glad to hear.
May I throw in one thing too? I totally like this, that a project is also or could also be a very good project if it doesn't have all the different trail connectivity issues or assets. Will have to look back at the other program to see if that is still an issue on our scoring. But I would love to see that that change too. I hadn't thought about that yet until you mentioned your side of it, because I think that is a very valid point. So that's just all I want to see. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll obviously butt that conversation over. I know you also Thomas rearranged some of the questions a little bit differently, so it might not translate perfectly, but I will let him take that conversation when the time comes.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. And the only other thing, and I kind of already mentioned it again, is that we did lump the budget together like we had in the past. But again, after hearing kind of how TSB is doing it, I kind of do like that, maybe a little bit more. So I am considering adjusting that to meet breaking down the budget into maybe 2 or 3 review pieces. Okay. But I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think that is everything on RTP's end. So I guess I'll just open it up again. If anyone has any other thoughts, comments, feelings about RTP, the application, the scoring rubric, anything you feel like I've went over too fast or want to review again, speak up now. Bob?
Yeah, Stephanie, and this is really not concerning your rubric or the application. It's just something I thought could be brought up now, and that is, you know, as we work through and the department works through these 2 grant programs, it's going to be real important for the not only department but the State Trails Advisory Committee to remember that we need to be sure we get adequate applications for both grant programs. I know there's been some concern in the past about not having enough motorized applications to satisfy the 30-30-40 guarantees. There's always been plenty of non-motorized projects, but I know it's going to be very important for all of us to remember that we need to balance the grant programs so that we don't lose funding from either one. And that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you, Bob. I think that's definitely always a conversation that's happening with RTP. My hope is just that, you know, Tom and I have worked pretty closely in the past to review what's going on and seeing what we can do to meet each other's goals. So I think that's kind of the plan moving forward right now, is just to stay open, communicative, and trying to, help out where it makes sense to help out.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
And hopefully your Buy America, Build America waiver will incentivize potentially more applicants to come into RTP and fulfill that 30 this year.
I am very hopeful that we'll see more motorized projects in the upcoming cycle, simply based on the waiver that came through. Because last year we were short, and it did take some creative thinking on how to fill that motorized piece because we just didn't have enough applications. So I'm hoping the BABA piece will help encourage some of those motorized folks to reach out, because it's there, it exists, and we're ready to fulfill that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think with that, I'm ready to give it back to you, Tom.
Great. Yeah, so just gonna stop share. We are now on schedule, ahead of schedule, so I think we can skip our planned 2 o'clock 10-minute break since we're at 1:20 right now. And we can just move to the end of the agenda and then close up a little bit early here, give us all that time back today. So I think what we'll do right now is I will just give you a timeline review for what the Trail Stewardship Program is looking like in terms of opening the cycle and what we're going to look for in terms of closing the cycle and our review timeline. And then we could do the same for our TP just to get those dates on your calendars. And then once we're done with that, I would love for us to set a date for March to meet in person. And we can talk about location, but we can finalize location later. But right now, it would be great since the only staff member not in attendance right now is Brenda Moss, and I can reach out to her after this and coordinate. But right now, we have everybody else in attendance. And then before we close, we'll just open it up for any last comments on what we've covered today, so that can be shared with the group and with the public on these concerns. So jumping right into the trail stewardship cycle and timeline, and we'll follow up with an email in a few weeks in mid to late October with this, because I think one thing we would love is for all STAC representatives to be able to share this information with their local communities and with their stakeholder groups. So that'll also be to communicate the Buy America, Build America waiver for RTP. It'll be great for all STAC members to reach out to relevant parties on that and let them know as an incentive. And then we'll also provide information about when we're going to be holding our technical assistance trainings. That will be a recorded video that we'll then put on the web. And both of us are also available to meet with certain groups that might be specific user groups that want to have a smaller meeting that might be more context specific about building applications this cycle. So for the Trail Stewardship Grant Cycle, we're going to open November 1st and we're going to close January 15th of 2024. So 2.5 months for applications, which is the same amount of time. Last year, we ran it November 15th to January 31st. We're trying to move up timelines so that we can get contracts out the door earlier, which we did this year, and it looks like we'll be able to do again in 2024. So the cycle will run November 1st to January 15th. On November 8th, I'll be holding a technical assistance training for the Trail Stewardship program. And then that'll be recorded and posted on the web. But November 8th will be when folks can come into the webinar. I'll walk them through the application and answer any questions. The application cycle will close January 15th. So from January 16th to January 22nd, I'll conduct a preliminary review and an eligibility review. And then on January 24th, in and around January 24th, I will release all of the applications to the stack and to the FWP internal scoring groups. So I will release that January 24th. You will have until February 28th. So we're adding an extra week to the review this year. So that'll be 5 weeks. And again, last year we had 54 applications requesting $2.6 million. I anticipate something similar, maybe more. We don't know, but I think building in those 5 weeks, we have that time frame for that review. And then ideally, and we'll come back to this, that week in March, that Tuesday, Wednesday, March 5th and 6th, I think looks like a really good window to have the in-person stack meeting. We'll talk about that as a group before we close to see if that aligns with people's schedules. But if that were to be the case, we would then be able to turn around and prepare a public comment period for March 20th. So 2 weeks later, we could organize all the environmental review and MEPA review, and then post for public comment on March 20th. And then by April 12th, in and around there, issue a decision notice so that contracts can start as early as April 15th. This year, we posted the decision notice probably mid-April, probably around April 15th, and then closed a 15-day public comment period at the end of April and started contracts in May. And so this year we're hoping to bump that up a month. And if we can get contracts out the door April, we can fund projects that are going to start in May and June. Whereas if you remember how things kind of worked in past cycles, contracts weren't being signed and agreed to until July or August of the summer. And so they were then just waiting through the winter for most of those summer projects. They were waiting to start the following year. And so this way we get the contracts out a little early, get the summer projects going and have the winter projects lined up for that upcoming winter. But the contract period from a program manager standpoint, it can linger and it can take up a lot of program resources. Just getting a lot of them done in a short window, it makes it open and shut. But when I can only get 70% of them done and then I have 30% of contracts lingering through the summer, it takes away resources from the program. And so I really want to get those contracts out in April and May, and have them signed and closed and on the books by June and definitely by July. And so that's a look at the TSP cycle, November 1st through January 15th, and then reviewing through those 5 weeks, mostly in February, and going from there. Any questions about that timeline or thoughts about what I just shared? Yes, Bob?
Yeah, Tom, how certain are you on that March 5th and 6th date for the State Trails Advisory Committee meeting?
Not certain. And I think we'll be able to, once RTP shares the timeline that they have, then we can, once that's done and we're all on those dates, we'll focus specifically on getting that stack meeting. It sounds like that date might not work for you.
Well, I've got a doctor's appointment set at that date, but if I know early enough, I can get that changed.
Okay, great. Well, I think that's why we'd like to lock this in on everyone's calendar right now. So if folks can make the necessary adjustments, but we missed this opportunity. It's so much easier to do it now than through email follow-up after the fact. So we'll address that after RTP. Madeline, see your hands up.
Are you going to take a survey if people are available? Because I am, for one, absolutely not available.
Oh, we're gonna talk about it. So we'll have a survey, like a verbal survey here in a second.
Okay, good.
Alice, did you have something? Your hand was up for a second.
Yeah, well, yeah, the same thing. I'm not here for the entire month of March.
Okay.
But I can be available for a Zoom meeting, but I cannot be here in person.
Okay. And Zoom will be an option for that. Zooming in will be definitely an option. Okay, so I'll pass it over just to hear RTP's timeline from Stephanie.
Yep, so this will be very easy because it's very similar. We're planning over up November 1st, closing January 15th, just to be on the same page with TSP, and it works out since we both go to the stack. We just want to be both ready together for that meeting. So that will close. I will similarly do my eligibility review internally. That's usually just done between like me and Adam Brooks, my supervisor. And then they'll get released to both the internal review committee as well as the stack to provide input on the applications. The internal committee will meet to discuss preliminary scoring. We will bring all that information to you at the stack meeting in March. And then again, we'll follow the same processes that Tom laid out between public comments, our MIPA review, and sending out kind of the decision notices in April. The only thing that becomes a little different for us is that because we have a couple extra layers with federal highways, it takes us a little bit longer to get like that final contract out. So I still don't anticipate to be able to get contracts out until July, just by looking at federal highways timelines and how that's worked and when we get certain things and when we can do certain things. So it's probably not going to be able to change when our contracts go out. But the hope is we'll at least get them out on July 1st as opposed to like July 20th sometimes. We got a lot better at that this past year, getting them out really on time. But this will just help alleviate some of the pressure on getting them out by July 1st or August 1st. So really, we're pretty in line with the timeline stuff, not a lot of changes. I think that's all I have to add.
Great. So we have timelines down, and then, yeah, I think let's take this opportunity here to everybody, if you could just kind of look at your calendar in March. So we will have a Zoom option available for folks to attend remotely. And what we're hoping to do is have a 2-day meeting, either somewhere in central Montana, so Great Falls, Helena. We could also look to see what kind of facilities are available in White Sulphur Springs or Lewistown to just find a new setting and bring ourselves into those towns in central Montana, if that's a possibility. So I think we'll determine a location at a later date, but right now it would be just really good to set a firm 2 days where folks are able to attend either in person or remotely. I said, I just suggested Tuesday, March 5th and Wednesday, March 6th. The reason that seems good is the earlier that we meet after that 5-week review, the faster we're going to be able to turn around and put together public comments and then decision notices to get contracts out the door. So just looking at the 5th and the 6th, how many folks does that work for, whether you're in person or remote? Yes, Julie. Your hand's up and.
I just meant it works for me. Sorry.
Okay, great. Yeah, maybe we'll just go around the horn. I'll call on folks. So thank you, Julie. The next person I see is Madeline. How do those dates work for you?
Not at all. I am not even in a time zone that I can Zoom between March the 4th and March the 14th.
Okay. So that pushes us out to the following week, which seems a little late. So we could figure something out, but let's keep going around the horn and see what folks think. Bob, I see your hands up.
Well, I'll say 5th and 6th will work for me. I'll just have to change one appointment, which shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, great.
Christy,
I'm good with the 5th and 6th as well.
great. Alice,
I know I said I was available by Zoom, but when I look at my calendar, I can't even do Zoom those days. I am at an event that is like for a 2 full day. I could not do it. I'm available for a little bit of time here and there, but no, I cannot either of those days.
okay. We'll still go around the horn here. Mike Patterson,
I'm available whenever.
great. Mark Smolin,
I'm available.
okay. So right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 folks available. Madeline, Alice are unavailable. We would wait. Oh, Ginny.
Yeah, I'm available as far as I know.
Okay. So that's 6 available. And we don't know about Brenda. We'll reach out to her. So Madeline, I'm just looking at the calendar. You said the 4th to the 14th, you're out.
Yeah.
Anything after that pushes us 2 weeks later, which really slows down the timeline of getting grants out the door. And we're really hoping to move timelines up. Alice, what other availability might you have in early March?
I have, I mean, early March, there's not much before that besides the weekend. I am available Thursday and Friday. Well, I can't do anything early March. I have an event that's going to go from February 28th through probably around the 14th of March.
Okay.
I just didn't have that. We'd met in March before, so I honestly, I cannot get out of this. Sorry.
No, it's fine. So I think in the interest of program timing, the 5th and the 6th, and the notion that the 5th and the 6th works for a majority of stack, I think Alice and Madeline, we could figure out potentially a time to meet prior to that, maybe on Friday, March 1st, to review in advance of the rest of the stack meeting. I think that would be one way to accommodate it. Waiting till after the 14th kind of disrupts the timelines that we're looking to achieve on behalf of the grantees' benefit. So I think if it works for the 2 of you, we could potentially set up something that last week of February, especially if you also finish your reviews early. We could set up a meeting and then have all of your input on hand for when we do review applications as a group. We can always be checking to see what your input was that we gathered prior to the group coming together. Does that sound like a solution?
That could be a solution. I am available but that might not help either. I am available the 29th and the 1st, but I understand the timeline after the 14th is difficult. So yeah, that could work potentially, of course. It could work. I mean, I can make it work, but I cannot make it work to attend the meeting either in live person or Zoom, simply because the time zones are, I'm overseas obviously, and the time zones don't work that way.
Right. Christy, I see your hands up.
Yeah, I just reached out to Brenda Moss and she says as of right now, she is also available on March 5th and 6th.
Oh, great. Thank you for doing that. Okay, well, I think considering how many schedules that we're going to have to consider, we can
we can meet prior to the 5th and 6th. Madeline and Alice, we could schedule a meeting that final week in February that leans into the first day of March. And we can do a review, and we will have those notes, and then all of us can plan to meet in person on Tuesday, March 5th and Wednesday, March 6th to conduct the scoring review for the 2024 TSP and RTP cycles. So great, mark your calendars, and then we'll follow up with further details on the location. But right now, the stack scoring meeting is now slated for March 5th and 6th, 2024, which is 3 weeks earlier than last year and 4 weeks earlier than the year before, which is great because one of our goals is to get these contracts out the door sooner, and this is demonstrating that we're moving in that direction. So great, thank you for everyone's input there, and I'm glad we could come to this decision. So we have those dates down, and so the grant cycle timeline is pretty set now. November 1 opens it, January 15th closes it, 5 weeks for review from then on, and then March 5th and 6th we meet. And then decision notice will follow for both programs later in that month. Or public comment will follow later in that month, and then decision notices will be the next step. So good. So I think right there we're just building some efficiencies that are big improvements. Mike, I see your hands up.
Yeah, Tom, maybe you're not done completely yet, but there was 2 points that I wanted to bring up before we close this session. And one of them was, I would ask kindly that if you could develop a spreadsheet for that scoring next year, very specific spreadsheet for the scoring so that we all are on the same page. I noticed 3 different types of scoring people did last year. We all came up with the totals, obviously, but just a defined spreadsheet for that. And the second one is that I would suggest that in our spring meeting, maybe put all of the motorized into that motorized, the non-motorized, and then the general ones, and put them in 3 categories. So maybe if there isn't enough in motorized, we don't have to spend 3 or 4 hours discussing them. They're just there. They're in a guaranteed spot. Obviously, if there's more motorized than is the 30%, well, we'll have to score them and figure it out from there. But just in the saving time, when we do meet in person, it seems like if we already had them in the 3 categories, and you could have some recommendations already made that we can debate, if that makes sense.
Both of those make sense, yeah, and definitely. Well, and the categories will be a lot easier this year based on the application improvements, and then we can for sure come up with a spreadsheet so that everyone's scoring with the same standardized spreadsheet in addition to the rubric. And yeah, so let's open up the discussion now for any thoughts on everything that we've covered today. So we've got our dates set for March 5th and 6th, and let's just open up the floor now for anyone's thoughts on things that we've covered today for both programs. Bob, I see your hands up.
Yeah, I'll make these quick. You and I have talked about these in the past, but does the state law 23-2109 that sets up this Trails and Recreational Facilities Grant Program, Part 6 of that says the department may adopt rules to implement this section. In other words, administrative rules. Is there any discussion internally about doing that?
Yes, and Stephanie Brown did mention something about this earlier. We had initially, our timeline had been planning to put those rules into place this summer. We were kind of slotted to start that process to potentially have administrative rules distinctly for the Trail Stewardship Program this cycle. But what had happened is the programmatic review is now going to lead into that process. And that's with our new MIPA coordinator, Eric Merchant, who was mentioned. And so the goal is to conduct a programmatic review with his office to start throughout this winter, so that a lot of that work could be done in advance of administrative rulemaking, because I think it will potentially reduce the workload of rulemaking. And then so by this time next year, the program, Trail Stewardship, plans to have conducted a complete programmatic review in relation to MIPA. And then next summer, and coming into around this time, we'll have established specific administrative rules for the program. So leading into the 2025 cycle, that is the goal.
All right. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Tom. It's you know, there's a few groups that have a few concerns about the program, and I'm sure they'll want to provide input to those administrative rules.
Yes.
The second thing is there any ongoing discussion about revising the state trails plan?
That is a topic that has not come up very much. I bring it up when I have the opportunity, but right now it appears that the planning priority for the division is falling within the 2024 State Outdoor Comprehensive Recreation Program, the SCORP update for 2024. And I believe that is taking priority. And so from what I've gathered, the state trails plan will then be in line for 2025 once the SCORP is updated in 2024. It sounds like the state trails plan will be in line for 2025. That's what I've been told.
I guess the reason I bring that up is, let's face it, for both the RTP and Trail Stewardship, we ask sponsors to provide reference to a plan and how their application meets the plan. I think having an updated state trails plan would help us all out and could actually provide us a lot of help with this State Trails Advisory Committee.
I completely agree. And I completely agree. And I've delivered that message as much as I can. So I would encourage any and all staff members who agree to communicate that in support of bringing the state trails plan into a higher priority, because I think right now it's critical. I think there are a lot of communities across the state that either are very eager to design and implement new trails and improve their system, or they're feeling a whole lot of outdoor recreation pressure and need a resource to help them adapt and deal with the increased pressure in outdoor recreation. I think a trails plan for the state could address both of those needs, and I think they're pressing needs across the state from everything I've heard and what I've seen when I go out to communities. So I would encourage, if staff members believe that's a priority, to voice that.
Okay, the last thing, and you guys probably won't even want to hear about this, but in fiscal year 23, and it's because of the shortage of funds in the Trail Stewardship Program, you guys were somewhat forced to move some projects that applied for Trail Stewardship over to Recreational Trails Program. And hopefully that won't have to happen this next time with the more adequate amount of money available in TSP. But just a thought is, at some point down the road, if projects have to be moved to another category, I would suggest that we put the federal grants, the large community grants, we target them at RTP. And I say that because RTP is a reimbursement program. And I think the federal agencies, state agencies, and the large communities have a better ability or better resources. Number one, to fall under a reimbursement program, and that's what RTP is. And number two, we talked about this earlier, they have staffing and a better capability of satisfying RTP requirements. And then to follow that up, I'd suggest that if we have to go this route someday, that we suggest or target the private nonprofits, associations, small communities. We steer them toward trail stewardship. And the reason being, it's a smaller match required. And number two, it's not strictly a reimbursement program. There can be money provided up front. And that would solve some issues for some of these private nonprofits and smaller communities. I know this is something we'll have to talk about over the long range, but I thought I'll bring it up today.
Yes, and these are ongoing conversations that we've been having, and last year really the shifting of those projects was also to fulfill the 30% RTP to allow that funding source to meet its requirements so that it wouldn't be threatened or reduced. I don't know if there's anything you want to add.
I don't have too much to add. I think right now it's very case by case. Lots of times, like last year, I got a lot of calls. People asked me which one should they apply for, and we just went through what you need for each one and which one seemed to best fit your program, and leaving that really largely up to them. But it is kind of like nuanced case by case basis. But yeah, I think that's where we are.
Yeah, and I think we're coming together with more kind of suggestive guidance on what programs fit what organizations. But the other thing we're realizing is that right now we're not in a position to make rules or one or the other, or limit any organization's opportunity to seek as much funding as possible. And so we're learning and kind of navigating this, but coming up with some clear directives and incentives for each program based on capacities of the applicants and how they have fit.
Thank you.
Mark, your hand's up.
So a couple things. One, just wanted to say thank you for doing the 30% for motorized. That's much appreciated. And I will just say that I hope that we, look at the motorized with motorized, and we can stack rank the motorized together and score them appropriately and award them appropriately. The second piece was, we talked about this in our last meeting. Bob, you'd mentioned it about getting out and working with some of these, communities or organizations to train them up. Tom, I applaud you for doing that training session on November 8th. I will make sure people know about that. At the same time, though, I've talked about this at length with a number of people, and the bottom line is, we see a lot of grooming grants come through. I want to ask your thoughts. I know we don't like cut and paste, but I truly think grooming is grooming. I mean, it's, the number of miles groomed changes, the location changes, but it's grooming. And I think and I'm willing to do this legwork, but to develop a template that people can utilize that basically gets them, what they're supposed to put where, to answer the major questions, correctly. And I want to solicit your FWP's thoughts and knowledge on that, because I'd like to streamline that for these organizations. They're run by volunteers. They don't make any, they don't get paid. They're not paid, and they're trying to figure out this system. And I think if we give them, a template to follow, it will work more smoothly for all of us. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think working to come up with a template is an approach that we can take. And I think also coordinating
potentially just a very specific gathering and meeting to start having a conversation about grooming projects in both programs, but also in relation to the existing snowmobile program that Seth MacArthur runs, and coordinating that to make sure that we're maximizing programs. And so we're putting grooming applications in the right programs, and that they're being evaluated in relation to the pool that they're in. So I think we can definitely make some adjustments and adaptations. And I think having those groups together on a Zoom call or a webinar to just specifically talk grant writing for grooming projects would be a really good start, because that would allow us, Stephanie and I, to have a better perspective of what the priorities of the projects are and really what the grant writers and volunteers are kind of coming up against. Because it would be great to start having those conversations so that both sides can clarify terms and priorities, and then also build approaches to make adaptations.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's an MSA meeting this Sunday, so I'd like to talk about that a little bit at that meeting if possible.
Yeah, I think that's a great opportunity to put it out there. And I have had a conversation with Fred Bailey last week just about MSA potentially sponsoring its own little webinar gathering where we can talk about technical assistance with grant writing just with that group as a captive audience, so that all questions are relevant to those in attendance. So if this Sunday you want to kind of put this out there to folks and see what interests are and what might work best for technical assistance, that's definitely something that we can line up for November or December.
Gotcha.
Christy.
Thank you. I was just wondering, to whom should we advocate for the updated state trails plan? I didn't catch that when Bob had suggested it.
Yeah, I think, Hope would be a good person to express that you find this to be a priority, because it's within the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division. And so as I hope as the division administrator, if you'd like to send her a note, I will also pass along that the staff has expressed its opinion and support for the importance of the trail plan, because it is something that has been talked about. It was talked about back when I started a year and a half ago, and so that would be my recommendation.
Thank you. And if Hope, you're listening, hopefully you'll note this.
Yes, and I'll definitely pass it on to her here at closing.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Any other comments or feedback about today and what we've covered?
Yeah, Tom?
Yes.
This is Bob. Hey, Mark, if you're listening, where and when is this MSA meeting this Sunday?
It's in Helena, and I'll find you the info and send you an email. I can't remember exactly where they're holding it.
Thank you.
And yeah, I would just encourage any and all STAC members to take the information that we've gone over today and the time frame and everything that we've laid out and share that with your fellow stakeholders and any community in your region that you think might have a project ready for either program this year, and just to build that awareness of where the programs are headed and what this upcoming grant cycle is going to look like. Yes, Mark.
The last thing I've mentioned earlier, but that one trail sustainability category that Stephanie has in RTP, I think it's worth looking at possibly pulling that environmental piece of yours up under a different category and possibly saying, okay, we're going to take the 2 top scores out of these 4 and score those or something. I'm just thinking that, rather than having that one hanging out there, it's, because at the end of the day, it's like, you're going to get a lot of answers like, well, by people using the trail, it saves the environment kind of answers. But in the case of, let's say, a latrine, that has a way different environmental impact. And so that would score in that type of category. So I'm just suggesting that you take a look at that, maybe, and look at using that methodology of combining it, but then just saying, we're going to score the top 2 out of this category. So that's my suggestion.
Okay, yeah, I'll look at section 6 and see where that might be able to lump in and then be like a 2 out of 3 kind of situation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Well, with that, we're at 2 p.m. Before we close, I'll just, keep it open for any other comments, questions, or concerns. But this has been a productive meeting. I think we've made some pretty big improvements in both programs over the past 2 years. I think the applications are a lot more streamlined and intuitive for grantees. And I think both programs, just based on the information that we're trying to put out there, have become a lot more accessible to organizations and communities across the state, which is great because we want to get this money out there and on the ground, and we want to improve access to the outdoors in every community. And I think that's what we're doing. I think we're getting closer and closer to realizing that each cycle. So does anybody else have some closing thoughts before we wrap this up?
Thank you, Tom and Stephanie and everybody that took part today. I thought it was a good meeting too. And so I look forward to though we can meet face to face again.
Yes, indeed. March 5th and 6th.
Thanks you guys for all your work and preparation.
Thank you, guys. Sorry I won't be there in March. I enjoyed the meeting and learned a lot again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, thanks, everybody. Take care.
Bye-bye.